Almighty God, we give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Amen. Amen. Namaste.
Oath or affirmation, announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Dr. Rai Ragbir, MP, member for Kamutu Mansanilla, and Ms. Khadija Amin, MP, member for St. Augustine, who have requested leave of absence from today's sitting. The leave which the members seek is granted.
Bills brought from the Senate, petitions, papers.
The Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, I have the honour to lead the following papers in his name. 1 to 2. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Eastern Regional Health Authority for the years ended September 30th, 2016 to 2017. 3. The audited financial statements of the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited for the financial year ended September 30th, 2019. 4. The consolidated audited financial statements of National Flour Mills Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2023. 5. The audited financial statements of the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited for the fiscal year ended December 31st, 2023. 6. The audited financial statements of the Point Lisas Industrial Port Development Corporation Limited, Tobago, for the financial year ended December 31st, 2023. 7. The consolidated audited financial statements of the Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago Limited for the financial year ended March 31st, 2024, papers 8 to 10. The audited financial statements of the Port of Spain Shopping Complex Limited for the financial years ended September 30th, 2020, 2021, and 2022. 11. The administrative report of the National Investment Fund Holding Company Limited as at December 31st, 2023. 24. The report of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on the financial statements of the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Committee for the year ended September 30th, 2007. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that papers 1, 2, and 24 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 3 to 10 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that papers 1, 2, and 24 be referred to the Public Accounts Committee and papers 3 to 10 be referred to the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The Minister of Planning and Development.
Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Planning and Development, I have the honour to lead the following papers. Papers 12 to 14. Madam Speaker.
Member. Please, let's start off by complying with the standing orders.
Papers 12 to 14, the annual administrative report of the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute for the periods October 1st, 2019. Madam Speaker, could Couva South please be silent? Standing order 53.
Okay, so, member, I hope this will be the last time. And I mean, apparently, member for Couva South doesn't recognize who he is because I see you looking around this way. All right, and I think you're being actively encouraged by the member for Barataria Stangon, so you will help him, please. Member for Oropuchis, are you also involved? Okay, so let's go, please.
Papers 12 to 14, the annual administrative report of the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute for the periods October 1st, 2019 to September 30th, 2020, October 1st, 2020 to September 30th, 2021, and October 1st, 2021 to September 30th, 2022. Papers 15 to 17. The annual report of the Chaguaramas Development Authority for the years ended 2017, 2018, and 2021.
The Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the annual report of the Children's Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the year ended September 30, 2022.
The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Leader of the House, Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the names of the Minister of Trade and Industry, Minister of Works and Transport, and the Minister of Public Utilities. Paper number 20, the administrative report on the operations of the Fair Trading Commission for the financial year ended September 30th, 2020. Paper 21, the ministerial response of the Ministry of Works and Transport to the 18th report of the Public Accounts Enterprises Committee on an examination of the audited accounts, balance sheet, and other financial statements of the Vehicle and Management Corporation of Trinidad and Tobago, VEMCOT, for the financial years 2015 and 2016, and follow up on the implementation of the recommendations contained in the committee's second report, 12th Parliament. 22. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Public Utilities to the 17th report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the Regulated Industries Commission, the RIC, for the financial years 2014 to 2018.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to lay the Draft Elections and Boundaries Commission Order 2024.
Reports from committees.
The member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present the following reports. 1. The 19th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the role of the National Carnival Commission's management of Carnival 2023 activities and follow up on the implementation and recommendations made in the Public Accounts Committee's 27th report, 11th Parliament. 2. The 20th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on an examination into the adequacy of pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceutical and other supplies by the Ministry of Health, 12th Parliament. 3. The 21st report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on a follow-up inquiry on the implementation of the recommendations made in the 17th report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the management and operations of the Secondary Road Rehabilitation and Improvement Company Limited, SRRIC, 12th Parliament. Thank you.
Prime Minister's questions. Urgent questions, questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of the House.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are 7 questions for oral answer. We'll be answering all. There are 3 written answers that have already been sent to the clerk for circulation. Thank you.
Leader, there are 4 questions for written answer.
Sorry, 4.
And all 4 have been circulated?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, member for Naparima.
Madam Speaker, question number 14 to the Minister of Sport and Community Development on behalf of the member for Naparima.
Minister of Sport and Community Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Sport and Community Development, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development's responsibility is to provide support to national governing bodies, NGBs. These independent and autonomous organizations are responsible for the direction of their respective sport as stated in our laws. The Ministry oversees 54 different NGBs. These NGBs are responsible for long-term athlete development, talent identification, welfare, strategies, coaching, and preparation for local, regional, and international competition. Whether it is the Olympics, qualification tournaments, or friendlies, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, by extension, the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, plays the role of facilitator, as we have been doing since the Ministry's inception. The Ministry of Sport and Community Development's Elite Athlete Assistance Program and the Grant Funding Program provide funding directly to athletes, clubs, NGBs, and other sport-serving organizations. Athletes and NGBs also access funding through National Lotteries Control Board, the Prime Minister's Sport and Culture Fund, and the Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee, all supported by the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. Over the years, throughout the tenure of this government, we have contributed at least $400 million towards the development of sport and the advancement of our people through sport. The NGBs managed by the Ministry, which directly receive financial support of $328,494,083.23 include 1. The Amateur Swimming Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Baseball and Softball Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Billiards Sports Organization of Trinidad and Tobago, Deaf Sports Trinidad and Tobago, Futsal Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Model Car Association of Trinidad and Tobago, National Association of Athletics Administration of Trinidad and Tobago, National Ballroom Dance Association Trinidad and Tobago, National Basketball Federation Trinidad and Tobago, National Kickboxing Council Trinidad and Tobago, PKATT Sport Martial Arts Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Special Olympics Trinidad and Tobago, Surfing Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago All Fours Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Sambo and Combat Sambo Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Automobile Sport Association, Trinidad and Tobago Blind and Visually Impaired Cricket Association, Trinidad and Tobago Chess Association, Trinidad and Tobago Darts Association, Trinidad and Tobago Dragon Boat Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Drafts and Checkers Association, Trinidad and Tobago Game Fishing Association, Trinidad and Tobago Hockey Board, Trinidad and Tobago Karate Union, Trinidad and Tobago Rally Club, Trinidad and Tobago Rugby Football Association, Trinidad and Tobago Sambo and Combat Sambo Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Squash Association, Trinidad and Tobago Table Tennis Association, Trinidad and Tobago Target Archery Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Triathlon Federation, Tennis Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Trinbago Mathai Association, Trinidad and Tobago Badminton Association, Trinidad and Tobago Equestrian Association, Trinidad and Tobago Jump Rope Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Powerlifting Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Association of Masters Athletes, Trinidad and Tobago Bobsleigh and Skeleton Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Bodybuilding and Fitness Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Canoe and Rowing Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Chair Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Trinidad and Tobago Cycling Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Football Association, Trinidad and Tobago Golf Association, Trinidad and Tobago Gymnastics Federation, Trinidad and Tobago Olympic Committee, Trinidad and Tobago Powerboat Association, Trinidad and Tobago Rifle Association, Trinidad and Tobago Scrabble Association, Trinidad and Tobago Triathlon Association, Trinidad and Tobago Volleyball Federation, and Trinidad and Tobago Amateur Boxing Association, 51 bodies. For decades, schools and educators have been managing sport in schools on a voluntary basis. This cabinet took the decision to revitalize
Honourable
sport.
Minister, your time is now spent. Member for Naparima.
Mr. Minister, I understand the concept of giving funds, but are is this funding tied to performance targets aligned to Trinidad's national interest or Olympic ambitions?
Minister.
If the appropriate question is posed, an answer could be provided through the NGBs.
Member for Miaro.
On behalf of the member for Mayaro, question number 18 to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in Rio Claro, there is no HDC housing development named El Guanapo. The HDC housing development which exists in Rio Claro is named El Guayanapo Housing Development, Rio Claro. Both the Mora Heights housing development and the El Guayanapo housing development were constructed on hillside terrain and are not prone to flooding, contrary to what the member posited. The corporation has no record of complaints of flooding. Unusual intense bouts of rainfall are being experienced within recent times. Fortunately, the drainage infrastructure which has been constructed in these developments removes water quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 19 again to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development on behalf of the member for Mayaro.
Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. The Mora Heights housing development, Rio Claro, is a forested area. Homeowners who live in this development signed agreements with the HDC which specify that upon occupation, it is the responsibility of the homeowner to keep the property in good tenantable condition. No action is required by the HDC because the corporation has no legal responsibility to provide insect or animal vector control. The HDC maintains that addressing the issue of bat infestation falls solely under the remit of the homeowner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you again most kindly, Madam Speaker. Question number 20 to the Minister of Housing and Urban Development on behalf of the member from Mayaro.
Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Once again, Madam Speaker, I thank you. Madam Speaker, there is no such housing mechanism called lease to own. The correct nomenclature is license to occupy. Further, as stated previously, there is no HDC housing development named El Guanapo. The HDC housing development which exists in Rio Claro is named El Guayanapo Housing Development, Rio Claro. The parcel of land on which the existing El Guayanapo housing development has been constructed comprises 8.67 hectares and has a yield of 122 residential units. The parcel falls under the old common law title system, governed by the Conveyancing and Law of Property Act, Chapter 5601, and is vested in the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation. Homeowners in the existing El Guayanapo housing development who have completed payments for their properties can therefore obtain titles or deeds to their properties. From the 122 residential units, 57 bona fide homeowners have applied for and received their deeds to date. Madam Speaker, with respect to the Mora Heights housing development, Rio Claro, the parcel of land on which the Mora Heights housing development has been constructed falls under the Real Property Act, Chapter 5602. Under this act, the process that must take place before title documents can be provided to bona fide homeowners involves inter alia, statutory approvals from stakeholders external to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. These are the Town and Country Planning Division. Final planning permission is required based on as-built drawings. Completion certificates to be granted by the relevant regional corporation. Duplicate, original, general, and portion plans must be approved by the Director of Surveys. Subject to obtaining items 1 to 3, a memorandum of sublease is to be issued to bona fide homeowners for title, and a boundary demarcation exercise for the individual lots is being done in the presence of the bona fide, is to be done, in the presence of the bona fide homeowner. A response on final planning permission is expected from the Town and Country Planning Division in December 2024. Once satisfactory, the entire process is scheduled for completion within the next 12 months so that homeowners could obtain title documents and boundary demarcations for their properties. Further, the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Facilities Estate Management Company Limited, better known as FEMCOL, a subsidiary of the HDC, has commenced the engagement of HDC residents through letters and community outreach. The HDC has and will continue to undertake work on infrastructure and maintenance of drains until this responsibility is transferred to the remit of the regional corporation. The corporation cannot address requests for boundary demarcations at the Mora Heights housing development until such time that the duplicate, general, and portion plans for the development approved by the Director of Surveys are obtained by the HDC. However, the HDC has not had to utilize conflict resolution mechanisms for this development, as there have been no reported disputes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Question number 22 to the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries on behalf of the member for Miaro.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, I am pleased to inform this House that significant emphasis has been placed towards the improvement of the agricultural sector through initiatives such as the revitalization and modernization of key subsectors such as rice, cocoa, coffee, coconut, and livestock. Madam Speaker, some of the actions taken by this government to meet the regional goal of a 25% reduction in the food imports by 2025 as follows. 1. Enhanced production of targeted commodities. Rice. For the first time, through a collaboration with the national flour mills, rice farmers are benefiting from provision of contracts and a payment of an additional incentive for grade 1 and grade 2 rice, which has contributed positively to the development of the rice industry. Furthermore, there were improvement paddy yields due to the supply of 200,000 pounds of superior, high-yielding, disease-resistant rice seeds, which were distributed to farmers in July 2023. This initiative renewed rice farmers' interest in increasing their production acreages and was a notable outcome of this country's signing of a MOU with Guyana. In relation to coconut, the ministry continues to target sector developmental initiatives such as the surveillance of invasive species and the acquisition and distribution of superior coconut varieties to deal with the impending threat of the red ring disease and red palm mite. In relation to livestock, the Ministry of Agriculture provided artificial insemination services and breeding stock to farmers to progress the production of livestock. Training was also conducted to build capacity of our farmers through improved husbandry practices. In relation to root crops, the ministry conserved and improved germplasm plots for root crops, which allow for the distribution of planting material to farmers and research institutions with the intent of increasing production. Construction drawings are in progress for the establishment of a processing facility for an alternative to wheat flour and pepper mash, which will transform local production into value-added products and promote import substitution. In relation to vegetables, Madam Speaker, we have distributed over 7,000 pounds of vegetable seeds, which were provided to the farming community to improve production. In relation to fruits, the implementation of a biofertilizer and biopesticide trial allows for successful mitigation of pests and diseases, resulting in increased yield and production. We have also assisted our agricultural community through enhanced infrastructure, through the agricultural stimulus package. Roads, bridges, agricultural irrigation systems have been developed. Madam Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has submitted the requisite reports for the reporting period January to March 2024 and April to June 2024. Unfortunately, the report for the third quarter, July to September, remains outstanding at this time. Notwithstanding this, increased dialogue and collaboration with the data collecting agencies such as the CSO and NAMDEFCO are ongoing and will allow for the submission of this outstanding report within 1 month's time. Further, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries has been working on the enhancement of its data collection capabilities through increased digitalization to support data collection agencies and ensure timely compliance with further reporting obligations. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, this government continues to remain committed to achieving food and nutrition security and thereby lowering the food import bill. Additionally, we will continue to work assiduously to improve the needs of our farming population and transform the sector into one of economic growth. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Question number 26 to the Minister of Social Development and Family Services on behalf of the member for Mayaro.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Social Development and Family Services, the key functionalities of the Integrated Social Enterprise Management System include the application intake or registration process, which will include customizable forms for beneficiary data collection and the generation of unique IDs for applicants. 2, eligibility assessment will allow for the quick verification of identities using national databases with customizable eligibility criteria and automated scoring. 3, the conduct of the investigation and approval process will be supported by a structured approval workflow and the saving of eligible applications for further processing. 4, the benefits administration feature allows for the generation of payment lists based on program criteria, the ability to impose restrictions, as well as the ability to integrate with third-party payment systems. 5, the case management features will facilitate the processing of applications for an entire household, as well as process complaints and grievances related to applications and payments in real time. 6, the executive dashboard feature will offer customizable data visualization and analytics, which will improve decision-making in real time. And 7, data security, which offers advanced user access controls and encryption. The implementation of this management system will enhance social service delivery by automating and standardizing processes like application intake and eligibility assessments. This will reduce manual errors, improve operational efficiency, and provide real-time data for better decision-making. The system's integration capabilities will also support collaboration with other agencies, enhancing service accessibility and data sharing across platforms. The timelines for the full rollout are as follows. Finalizing requirements and development of Increment 4, development of the web portal, reporting services, and application programming interface to allow data sharing between ministries, departments, and agencies. This will commence in early January 2025. Training, system validation, disaster recovery, testing, and user acceptance between February to May 2025. Data migration and training of staff, May to June 2025. Trinidad and Tobago Cybersecurity Incident Response Team System Security Review Evaluation and Remedial Works, June to July 2025. Launch of 2 pilot sites, August 2025. Full rollout at all local board sites will depend on the outcome of the pilot phase. Madam Speaker, data security and privacy are afforded top priority throughout the rollout of this system. The Ministry has worked closely with iGovTT, the vendor Fujitsu Synergy, and the Trinidad and Tobago Cybersecurity Incident Response Team to implement stringent security measures, including but not limited to confidentiality clauses with the vendor, role-based access controls within the system, comprehensive security reviews and corrective actions before data migration, and continuous monitoring and support from the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Naparimo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Note that all 7 questions today came from this side of the House. Question number 27 to the Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I stand to address a question from on that side of the House, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Transport is in the process of drafting a policy regarding the manufacture and use of motor vehicle.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you again. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, that side of the House is bothering that side of the House. And I start over, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Works and Transport is in the process of drafting a policy regarding the manufacture and use of motor vehicle license plates, which will lead to the manufacturing of license plates by authorized entities only. Over the period October 23rd to 29, 2024, the Ministry held public consultation to elicit comments and questions to assist in finalizing the policy. By the end of December 2024, the draft policy will be submitted to the Cabinet for approval, after having been placed on the Ministry's website for public comment. Once Cabinet gives the approval, the policy will be submitted to the Chief Parliamentary Counsel at the Office of the Attorney General for preparation of the regulations. which are estimated to be completed within 3 months. I thank you.
Request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on definite matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers, personal explanations, introduction of bills, motions relating to the business or sittings of the House and moved by a minister, public business, government business, committee stage.
Honourable members, you will recall that a Tobago Island Government Bill 2021 was last before the Committee of the Whole on June 30, 2021. The bill having been carried over to this 5th session on July 3, 2024, the House will now continue the committee stage of the bill. The bill has 61 clauses and 2 schedules.
Clauses 1 to 61.
The question is that clauses 1 to 61 stand part of the bill. Yes, member for Baratarisano.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this morning, about an hour ago, we received correspondence coming out from the Office of the Chief Secretary in Tobago with a document entitled an aid memoir that was sent to the opposition leader, and I believe it was also sent to the Prime Minister. A press conference was held this morning. And, Madam Speaker, what contained in this document is that there is really an issue raised with respect to the consultation and further consultation with respect to this Tobago Island Government Bill. And in particular, Madam Speaker, what they outlined is basically some clauses in the bill that may violate core principles of self-determination and the current administration of the THA. And, Madam Speaker, we have genuine concern with respect to this particular manner in which we are conducting today's business, because the Chief Secretary is raising serious concerns, and at the end of it he asked that no further, that they don't proceed further with this particular bill, because this serves as a companion bill to the constitutional amendment bill. So without the passage of that first bill, because this came on packages, this bill will not be able to stand on its own, because you need the constitutional grounding for this particular bill.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I am shocked that the member for Barataria could so cavalierly intervene in the parliamentary proceedings to play this game. Madam Speaker, the matter before us is a matter that has been in the public domain for years, in this House for years. We last met in this House on a debate. We are now in committee stage. As I sit here, Madam Speaker, 2 minutes ago, I saw a WhatsApp on my phone from the Chief Secretary. That is what the member is talking about, that the Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly is now intervening in that matter, offering 8 pages of legal, I don't know who the lawyers are, telling the Parliament to stop its proceedings because he, through the member for Barataria and other persons, have found another way or other things to be done under the rubric of consultation, Madam Speaker. How did we get here, if not by a series of years of consultation? And then as I sit here this minute, on my phone I get a WhatsApp. The laws of this country provide a mechanism for the Chief Secretary to communicate with the Office of the Prime Minister of Matters for Tobago. Nothing has come to me from the Chief Secretary in my office. But today in the Parliament, 1 minute before as we sit to deal with the committee stage of a joint select committee of years of work, this member comes here facilitating this intervention by a WhatsApp, by amendments being proposed by the Tobago House of Assembly to the Chief Secretary. Madam Speaker, this is preposterous. And I will have none of it.
Well, there was something said and there was a response. So I don't see the need for further reply. We are in committee stage. I haven't before me any amendments circulated by anyone. So I think at this stage we proceed. I don't know of any other.
Who made a statement?
Well, I believe the Prime Minister's statement was in response to something else that was said.
But we seek a point of clarification, that's all.
Yeah, but on what? If it's on one of the 60, if it's on one of the 61 clauses, I wonder
with self-determination. Madam Speaker, 1 second. Yeah, Madam Speaker, then could I relate my query to clause 5?
Okay, so therefore we put clauses 1 to 4 and then we do clause 5.
Clauses 1 to 4.
The question is that clauses 1 to 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 4 now stand part of the bill. Clause 5. The question is? Have you called clause 5?
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Member for Urpuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this particular clause deals with the Executive Council jurisdiction for administration, and in subclause 2, the exclusive administrative jurisdiction, etc., etc. In the context of this clause, could I ask the Prime Minister and the government whether or not they are in agreement with the THA's submission that it violates the very principle of self-determination, and whether or not the position of the government is to ignore completely the submission by the THA on these matters.
Okay.
If it is that we ignore completely their submission, then the Prime Minister can indicate that this morning we will continue our proceedings by ignoring completely the new administration in the THA and their submissions on this matter as to the critical issue of self-determination as outlined in Clause 5, Subclause 2.
So, Member for Oropuchis, there is no submission, and the only submission at this stage could be in terms of an amendment. There is no such thing before us. Okay? So I've given you the opportunity as in the best spirit that I could.
Madam Speaker,
The government would like to respond?
if I may, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I indicate that this clause exists only in the context of the Constitution Amendment Bill that is to come, which is also in committee stage. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, Clause 18 of the Constitution Amendment Bill states quite clearly how this clause is to operate. So, Madam Speaker, I concur with what you have just said. It is not an amendment before us, and Madam Speaker, we would like to proceed.
Okay, and just so that we're going forward, there's only one bill before the committee at this stage. So I would like everyone to confine any matter to the bill that is before the House. Okay? So the question is that Clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 6 to 61.
The question is that clauses 6 to 61 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 6 to 61 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 6 to 61 now stand part of the bill.
Schedules 1 and 2.
Honourable members, the question is that schedules 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. The question is that schedule 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedules 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee is now adjourned. The House will resume. Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Tobago Self-Government Bill was passed. Sorry?
Page 8. Go to page 8.
Sorry, yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Tobago Island Government Bill 2021 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Tobago Island Government Bill 2021. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. The Minister of Housing and Urban Development.
Division, Madam Speaker. They said no?
Division.
We could have a division now.
Mrs. Robinson Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Imbert,
Absolutely yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Mr. Hines,
Aye.
Mr. Dialsing,
Yes.
Mr. Alrawi,
Aye.
Ms. Beckles,
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Mrs. Kudrow Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Aye.
Mr. McClatchy,
Aye.
Mr. Cummings,
Aye.
Mr. Dana Brigger,
Aye.
Mr. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Leons,
Yes.
Mr. Manning, Mrs. Morris Julian,
Aye.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Monroe,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
What?
Dr. Manilal,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Mr. Bodo,
No.
Dr. Bodo, sorry, Mr. Hossain, Mr. Charles,
No.
Mr. Tanku,
No.
Ms. Mohit, Mr. Ram,
No.
Dr. Sicharam,
No.
Madam Speaker, the results of division are 20 members voted in favor 4 and 10 members voted against. There were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 20 members voting for, 10 members voting against, with no abstentions, the motion is carried. Minister of Housing and Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, and to provide for the powers and functions of the Tobago Island Government and the Tobago Legislature and for related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Repeal the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, and to provide for the powers and functions of the Tobago Island Government and the Tobago Legislature and for related matters be now read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against?
Mrs. Robinson Regis,
Aye.
Dr. Rowley,
Yes.
Mr. Imbert,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Yes.
Absolutely.
Mr. Hines,
Yes.
Mr. Dialsing,
Yes.
Mr. Alrawi,
Yes.
Mrs. Beckles,
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Mrs. Kudrow Lewis,
Yes.
Dr. Gatsby Dolly,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. McClatchy,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Dana Brigger,
Aye.
Mr. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Leon,
Yes.
Mrs. Morris Julian,
Aye.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Monroe,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Dr. Manilal,
No. Proceed no further with this bill.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Dr. Bodo,
No.
Mr. Hussain,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Mr. Charles, sorry.
You go pay the salary?
Mr. Charles.
Eh?
Mr. Charles.
Yes?
We need to hear your vote, please.
Oh, no. I said no.
Dr. Rugby. Okay. Mr. Tanku.
No.
Ms. Mohit. Mr. Ram.
No.
Dr. Sicharan.
No.
Madam Speaker, the result of the division is followed. 20 members voted for, 10 members voted against, there were no abstentions.
Honorable members, on a division with 20 members voting for, 10 members voting against, and no abstention, the motion is carried.
An act to repeal the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, and to provide for the powers and functions of the Tobago Island Government and the Tobago Legislature and for related matters.
Honorable members, you will recall that the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2020 was last before the Committee of the Whole on June 30, 2021. The bill having been carried over to this fifth session on July 3, 2024, the House will now continue the committee stage of the bill. This bill has 21 clauses and a preamble. So, honorable members, there are amendments being circulated. I think at this stage we will suspend this now. We'll resume at 11:10, which will give.
Madam Chair, just before we suspend, the last settlement we did it at committee stage for this bill, I am just seeking clarity. Did we not do clauses 1 to 4? I'm just seeking clarification. Are we doing all over?
I believe, having regard to the time lapse, the more prudent route is to start afresh with calling all of the clauses.
Madam Speaker, we are suspending for 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
After all these years, that is preposterous.
Okay, so this committee is now suspended to 10 past 10. 10 past 11, I'm sorry. This committee meeting is now resumed. I believe the amendments have been circulated.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Lee, we'll do clause 1 to 11 and the amendments and so on. Yes.
Clauses 1 to 11.
The question is that clauses 1 to 11 stand part of the bill. The question is, Member for Barataria San Juan?
Yes, please. Madam Chair, firstly, with respect to clause 4. So is it that we'll have to call 1 to 3 first?
All right. Let me just ask this. Could the whip indicate if there are any particular clauses except
5.
the ones for the amendment? So you could pass a note to the whip so we will know if there are any clauses other than the ones for the amendments that you wish to seek clarifications on, because I don't have any other amendments here.
Okay, 4, 5, 8, 11. Yes. Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand part of the bill. Member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to this particular amendment, it deals with, in particular...
Amendment?
Sorry, well, the amendment to the Constitution, sorry. Let me put it this way. Clause 4 deals with an amendment to the preamble of the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yes? Yes. This really is an insertion of two further preambles, or 2 clauses to the preamble in the 1976 Constitution. And, Madam Speaker, the reason I'm raising this, it's because the first amendment deals with the right to self-determination of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, including the right of the people of the island of Tobago to determine its political status, freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development. The reason I raise this as a concern, Madam Chair, is this. It's tied back to the previous bill that we did also. We had raised concerns that the bill does not achieve what the Constitution this constitutional amendment is saying, in that the right to self-determination is not achieved by that former bill, which is really to give it that right. So is this really a true reflection of what the bill is intending to do? Because we are dealing here with a declaration saying, okay, Tobago has the right of self-determination, but the law that was just passed does not give that particular right of self-determination. And we had raised issues in particular with clause 5 of that bill. So this, I'm suggesting, is not a proper reflection of what the bill is achieving.
So which bill are we dealing with? There's one bill before us.
Clause 4 of this bill.
Yes, and that's all that is before us.
Yes.
But, you know, if I understand well your submission, you're talking about something that has already been done. All right? So we're not dealing with that because that has already been done.
I'm objecting to clause 4 in this bill because while the intention of the bill, this constitutional amendment bill, is saying give the right of self-determination, the law is not really giving them the right to self-determination. Central government will still have a stronghold over the executive arm, a stronghold over the executive arm, and a stranglehold over the executive arm of the newly constituted assembly. And that's our issue here, Madam Speaker.
Member for Aruka Maloney.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, does the member have an amendment? Or does the member have anything that he would like to say that would change what we have before this?
No, I'm just asking you to clarify.
Madam Speaker, we have placed this before the committee. We're asking if the member has an amendment. If he does not have an amendment, I think this is very clear. In committee stage, we ask for amendments. Yes, really, and you've been here for quite some time. We are asking if the member has an amendment. If the member does not have an amendment, then, Madam Speaker, I would like us to proceed, please. Thank you. I never said not to speak. You can speak for as long as you wish.
So I think I've allowed sufficient time to ventilate the concern and for a response. The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Member for Barataria Sanwa.
Madam Speaker, this is in relation to subclause B. So it's clause 5, subclause B, which now is the insertion of a new subsection 10. So, Madam Speaker, we just got the amendments that the government circulated, extensive amendments in less than 10 minutes. And at page 4, I'm now seeing that there's a definition of Tobago that is different from the definition of Tobago in this clause. So if you, the amendments that were circulated, it includes now a nautical distance from the watermark, from the territorial seas, right, Madam Speaker? And that is absent from clause 5B. So is it that you have to put a consistent definition with respect to Tobago here? I mean, this is really preposterous that we are getting this very short time to study these extensive submissions, and now we're seeing inconsistencies reflecting in the original bill.
Member for Arukam.
Madam Speaker, just to indicate that if the member for Barataria Sanwan had read the bill, he had 3 years to do that, he would see that it's in the bill. The definition, sorry, excuse me. The definition is in the bill and has been there since 2020, then 2021 when we debated the bill, it has been in this bill. So, Madam Speaker, I am not understanding what the member is trying to say.
Madam Speaker, I just want to be on the same page.
Speaker, in addition to that, the persons who had sent information to the Honorable Prime Minister by WhatsApp, these are some of the concerns that they raised. And so we have taken their concerns on board, including the letter that was sent since 2021. These are the concerns that were raised. And Madam Speaker, if they are the mouthpieces for the TPP, then Madam Speaker, they should be well aware of what is before us today.
Madam Speaker,
can I respond?
1 minute. Madam Minister, and then I'll take member for Barataria.
Madam Speaker, I just want for the record to make it abundantly clear, because I see an attempt to put information in the public domain by suggestion in the House. These amendments that are here now today, which my colleague from Siparia and Barataria are fuming about only just getting, and the government amendment. Madam Speaker, these are not new amendments put here by the government. These are the amendments that arose from the communication that was put here in the last bit of work.
Listen. Everybody, once they catch my eye, will get an opportunity to speak. Prime Minister.
On the last occasion, towards the end of the debate, because this committee was preceded by extensive debate, and the members on the other side were here and took part in that debate. At that time, these suggestions came from the Tobago House of Assembly as their recommendations for amendment to the bill that was being debated. So I find it quite strange that members of the House could be here now pretending that these are unknown to them and that it is the government springing some surprise on them. Madam Speaker, this is quite, I don't want to impute any improper motive. I'm just wanting the record to be very clear. These are not any amendments put by the government at the last minute. They are part of a continuation dating back almost 30 months.
Member for Siparia, did you want to speak? Okay, Member for Baratal.
Madam Speaker, I just want to correct the record. The reason why we suspended the committee was to get new amendments. So whatever the Prime Minister is saying, I really don't understand. These are 4 pages of new amendments that is going to amend the existing bill. Madam Speaker, the bill that I have in front of me is the 2021 bill. The member for Aruka Maloney referred to this definition being there. I am looking at the bill at clause 5, subsection B, and then I'm looking at page 4 of the new amendment, and I'm seeing 2 different definitions of Tobago. And that is the concern. I know the member has a problem with mathematics, but I don't think it's English now.
As well. And banking.
Madam Speaker, this clearly shows a discrepancy with respect to the definition of what Tobago is. They are now including Tobago means 11 nautical miles from the nearest point of that low water mark in the amendment, the new amendment that was circulated this morning. But in clause 5B, you have a definition of Tobago, but does not include that.
Yeah, but remember, member, we still here at 5B.
Yes.
All right, so we're not dealing with a clause to come, we're dealing with 5B.
So is it that we're going to then amend 5B to be consistent?
I wouldn't know.
Can I ask you?
You've asked and your friend has answered on the other side with respect to what is here before us. Member for Cuba, sir.
Madam Chair, just very simply to endorse what my colleague Sama Barataria said, because I was a member of this said committee and I find it very challenging here this morning to be bombarded with these amendments, and these amendments are fundamental to the people of Tobago's interests. And that is why I would ask the government to reconsider its approach to this whole process this morning.
Farouk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if the member for Couva South has looked at the amendments are 90% nomenclature, changing Tobago Island Government to Tobago Island Council. So, and Madam Speaker, we are not there as yet.
Yeah, but remember, we just had
yes,
close
and we're
5.
not there as yet. But Madam Speaker, the member should not be concerned because on the
we should be concerned about this entire government in terms of its track record.
Madam Speaker, you would recall that on the last day, when we suspended the committee stage, it is because the current Chief Secretary, Mr. Ho Choi Charles, may his soul rest in peace, sent a letter to all members of this House that indicated some concerns that they had. And we stopped the committee stage at that point. We examined what was necessary, and Madam Speaker, we made the changes. So, Madam Speaker, I cannot understand what my friends are talking about. And, Madam Speaker, if they have no amendments, I would really like us to proceed.
All right, member for Urupuch East, and this is the last intervention.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me just raise this very serious issue because I think this is fundamental to this matter. I have in my hand a bill, Tobago Self-Government Bill 2021, Amendment 5, subsection B, and it says, I just want to read it into the record. It says, by inserting after subsection 9 the following subsection, 10, for the purposes of sections 53, 75, 75A, and...
We not at any other clause. All right? So that, I mean, your experience, I'm sure you understand the position, and I'm sure, member for Urupuch East, you would be able to redirect yourself at the appropriate
minutes, which they took 10 minutes break and then brought first. It says, and I wish to read the amendment.
Yeah, but the difficulty I'm having is that we at clause 5B. We're not at any other clause. All right? So that, so that, your experience, I'm sure you understand the position, and I'm sure, member for Oropuchis, you would be able to redirect yourself at the appropriate time for what you would like to raise. But we are clause 5B.
We are at clause 5. I'm just asking, they are deleting what was there in the bill to bring an amendment, and the amendment is fundamentally different. So I am at clause 5 of the bill. The amendment is fundamentally different. The government is saying it's the same thing. I wish I read already the initial bill, and I'm now reading the amendment.
And the amendment is not to clause 5, which we are at. So all I'm saying is...
But it will amend the section 5.
All I'm saying is, there's nothing here pointing me to clause 5. There's nothing here. You might be a little more fortunate than me, but I'm just at clause 5. Okay?
Okay, so, Madam, we'll determine in a few moments.
Madam Speaker, I need your assistance here, please. It appears as though, from what my colleague has said, that we're having a problem with the English language. Because, Madam Speaker, how could an amendment be the same thing? An amendment by its very nature and definition means it will not be, they're talking about two definitions and one is different to the other. That is why it is called an amendment.
Is that clause 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 6 to 7.
The question is that clauses 6 to 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 6 to 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 6 to 7 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 8.
The question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. Member for Aruka Maloney. Member for Baratari.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, clause 8 now indicates that there will be the Tobago legislature, which will make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Tobago with respect to the matters as prescribed. So therefore, they're not going to be making laws as general as the national parliament. So that legislature is in fact limited in terms of what it can pass and what is scheduled. And what is scheduled will be set out in another place in the bill, which I may not be able to go to in terms of amendments. But Madam Speaker, what is one of the concerns is that while in the preamble which we just passed is giving both Trinidad and Tobago equality of status and state and self-determination, these laws that the Tobago legislature will pass are actually going to be subordinate laws to what the national parliament passed. So it's not going to be that there's an equality of status with respect to the Tobago legislature. So again, this in itself does not achieve what the government's narrative is. They are just fooling people with this amendment. Please, Madam Speaker.
Member for Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this entire JSC, the objective was to give Tobago additional powers that they do not now have. Madam Speaker, the objective was not to have a separate Tobago from Trinidad. So, Madam Speaker, the lawmaking powers that govern Trinidad and Tobago as a country will continue to be done in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. The lawmaking powers that are within this piece of legislation, and we have said it here very clearly in clause 8.2, the power of the Tobago legislature to make laws shall not extend to altering the provisions of this constitution or any matters set out in chapter 1 of this constitution. Where a Tobago Act is inconsistent with an act passed by Parliament, the act passed by Parliament shall prevail to the extent of that inconsistency. So, Madam Speaker, it is clear that the legislature, Tobago legislature, may make laws, and we have said it in 8.2, for the peace, order, and good government of Tobago with respect to certain prescribed matters. And Madam Speaker, that was determined by the JSC. That was determined in all the consultations we have done, and consequently, we have no difficulty because it is, in fact, to make laws for Tobago, not Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Shogunas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just in response to previous member statements about the intent and what happened at the JSC, what I'm about to say, Madam Chair, is in relation to all clauses, so I wouldn't have to trouble the Chair any further after making this comment.
Once it is on the current clause that we're looking at.
Yes, and
Okay.
it is in direct response to what previous member has said. In terms of the consultation, Madam Chair, I have maintained and I will continue to maintain that notwithstanding that this may have been idly standing on the order paper for 3 years and etc., and what members on the other side believe should have happened, the people of Tobago and Trinidad continue to insist that they wanted more consultations regardless of what clauses we are debating here. So, Madam Chair, I just want to put that on the record. What could be possibly wrong with allowing the persons to have their voices? And we all know why it is.
Remember, we at a particular clause. I don't think people remembering what we do in committee. We consider, we're not looking now at general comments and policy and so on. We're looking at the clause. So I would ask everyone to comply with the procedure that you all have all bound yourself by. We now at clause 8. If your comment is with respect to clause 8, anybody, I will entertain that. All right, member for Barataria San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to get some clarification on that last issue that the member for Aruka Maloney raised, which deals with subsection 4, where it reads, where Tobago Act inconsistent with an act passed by Parliament, the act passed by Parliament shall prevail to the extent of the inconsistency. And I ask in this context, Madam Speaker, if the Tobago legislature passes a particular Tobago law, as it's now called, by simple majority, the government in Port of Spain, in this Parliament, can pass a simple majority act and rescind that decision of the Tobago legislature. So how are you really achieving this so-called self-determination and equality of status you are giving to the people of Tobago? Because Port of Spain, at the end of the day, by way of simple majority of the government, could pass one law and say, we rescind, we repeal, that Tobago law is inconsistent with the act passed by this Parliament. And that is really troubling.
The question is that clause 8 now stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 9 and 10.
The question is that clauses 9 and 10 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 9 and 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 9 and 10 stand part of the bill.
Clause 11.
The question is that clause 11 stand part of the bill. Member for Barataria San Juan.
Right. Madam Speaker, this is in relation to several of the clauses tied with each other, which is 11B, 3, and then you have 4. And in this, Madam Speaker, is the determining of an emergency on unforeseen circumstances. So when this bill is passed, we still have one cabinet, which is the cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. However, what the bill is trying to do is indicate that the cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago shall have no responsibility for certain prescribed matters under section 75A1B. So what it's really doing is that the cabinet is accepting certain departments, divisions, matters for Tobago. However, there's a caveat to it. It says, unless there's an emergency or unforeseen circumstance requiring the intervention of the cabinet. Now, Madam Speaker, the issue with that is this. If you're giving Tobago sole discretion to, let's just deal with the marine affairs of Tobago, just an example. The cabinet is the one who will determine whether or not something is deemed to be unforeseen or an emergency. There are no real prescriptions, definitions, or clarity of what will constitute unforeseen circumstance or an emergency in these circumstances. So again, it means that if the government in the cabinet in Trinidad and Tobago that sits in Port of Spain is saying, listen, we believe that is an emergency, it takes away the executive control and authority from the Tobago Island government and places it back in the cabinet. That is what this amendment is doing, Madam Speaker, because what it says is that all that the cabinet has to do now is just request or send an invitation to the Tobago Executive Council. The Tobago Executive Council cannot say, well, this is not an emergency, this is not unforeseen circumstances. The Prime Minister of the day will be the one to make that determination and take away the power through Prime Ministerial prerogative that executive control that the Tobago Island government has.
Member for Aruka Maloney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's unfortunate that the member for Barataria Sanwan obviously didn't read this legislation. And if he did, if the member did, Madam Speaker, he is deliberately trying to mislead the House and the people of Trinidad and Tobago.
Retract that.
I'll withdraw that,
Yes,
Madam
please.
Speaker. Madam Speaker, Clause 11 is very clear. Very clear. Madam Speaker, the clause says, and I refer, if I may just read it, 11B. 11B, by inserting after subsection 2 the following subsections. 3, in determining whether there is an emergency or unforeseen circumstance requiring its intervention under subsection 1B, the Cabinet shall consider the following matters. A, there is an expressed request or invitation from the Tobago Executive Council. B, where a request under paragraph A has not been received within a reasonable time, within a reasonable period in the circumstances, Cabinet, through a minister, shall endeavor to consult with the Tobago Executive Council. Or C, due to the urgency of the circumstances, consultation under paragraph B has not been possible and is not practicable. And 4, where Cabinet has intervened under subsection 1B, the Tobago Island Council shall cooperate with the Cabinet in the management of the emergency or unforeseen circumstances. And Madam Speaker, 5 goes on to say, subsection 3 shall not apply where a state of public emergency has been declared pursuant to section 8. Madam Speaker, I do believe my friend is confusing himself or pretending to be confused in these circumstances.
Madam Chair, the member for Aruka Maloney provided no analysis of this clause. The member just read the bill again that we have in front of us. And if I have to provide some analysis for the member for Aruka Maloney, will be this. She answered my query and confirmed my concern at subclause 3B, where there are circumstances where the minister who's acting through the cabinet does not need to consult with the Tobago Executive Council. And that is the issue that we're having here, Madam Speaker. And all they have to do is consultation. It does not say that they act in accordance with the advice. There are two different things. If you consult, you don't have to follow the recommendations of the consultation. If you say they act in accordance with the advice of, it means that you have to follow that decision. That is a term of drafting that is throughout the Constitution, and there are judicial pronouncements on those two particular phrases, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, contrary to what the member for Barataria Sanwan said, This clause is self-explanatory. In addition to that, it says clearly that the minister shall endeavor to consult with the Executive Council. It also says that where the Cabinet has intervened, the Tobago Island government shall cooperate with the Cabinet in the management of the emergency or unforeseen circumstances. Madam Speaker, I am of the firm view, and we on this side, we are of the firm view that this is fair, because if there is an emergency, perhaps similar to where there was the oil spill, the central government had to intervene in order to assist with what was happening in Tobago. That was an emergency. That was an unforeseen circumstance. And Madam Speaker, we did that with alacrity, and it is a clear example of what would take place under certain circumstances. So, Madam Speaker, if there is no amendment, we would like to proceed.
Question is that clause 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 11 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 12.
The question is that clause 12 stand part of the bill. Member Faruqa Malone.
Madam Speaker, we do have amendments to clause 12. Madam Speaker, the amendments, would you like me to indicate what the amendments are?
Yes, please.
Thank
Member,
you.
please.
Madam Speaker, the amendments are as follows. In the proposed section 75A, 1, insert after the words Tobago Island Government, the words which includes the Tobago Executive Council and its divisions, and. 2, delete the words Tobago Legislature and substitute the words Tobago House of Assembly wherever they occur. In 75B, Madam Speaker, in the proposed section 75B, 1, in paragraph A, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier. 2, in paragraph B, delete the words Deputy Chief Secretary and substitute the word Deputy Premier. And 3, in paragraph C, delete the words other secretaries selected from among Assembly members and substitute the words secretaries selected from among the members of the Assembly. And Madam Speaker, this in particular is to allow councillors to be secretaries, which is akin to senators being appointed as ministers. C. In the proposed section 75C, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier wherever they occur. And D, in the proposed section 75D, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier. Madam Speaker, you would notice that these amendments in the main are in terms of nomenclature. Madam Speaker, when we received further information, when we were in committee stage, one of the issues was changing from Secretary to Premier. We had left it as Chief Secretary, but Madam Speaker, there was an insistence that we move from Chief Secretary to Premier, and we accepted that. And consequently, that is before us for amendment. And in the same way, Madam Speaker, in order to be precise, where we had said Tobago Island Government, we wanted to be precise and indicate that the Tobago Island Government would include the Executive Council and its divisions. Additionally, Madam Speaker, there was a concern about the Tobago legislature, and consequently, there was a request for the term Tobago House of Assembly to be used, and consequently, we made that amendment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to start where the member left off with the use of the words Tobago House of Assembly. In the bill, Madam Speaker, the term Tobago House of Assembly was removed and it was only called the House of Assembly. So if you look at the definition section of the bill, in particular clause 5, it still refers to House of Assembly. Then there will be a consequential amendment that will have to be made to what was just passed in terms of calling it now the Tobago House of Assembly. And again, when we rush through legislation like this, especially dealing with the amendments to the Constitution, we have to be very careful, especially when it comes to definitions, Madam Speaker. And I want to caution the government with this approach that they are taking. Now, there will be consequential amendments that will have to be made throughout the bill if you're going to just make the amendment here at clause 12, because for the first time we're hearing that the government is now reverting to the term Tobago House of Assembly after it was called just House of Assembly.
Member for Aruka Muluni.
Yeah. We could make the consequential amendment. We're grateful.
The question is, clause 12 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill.
Clause 13.
The question is that clause 13 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 13 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 13 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 14.
The question is that clause 14 stand part of the bill. Member for Aruka Maloney.
The amendment is as follows, Madam Speaker. Delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barata, no? The question is that clause 14 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 14 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 14 as amended now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 15 to 18.
The question is that clauses 15 to 18 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 15 to 18 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 15 to 18 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 19.
The question is that clause 19 stand part of the bill. Member for Aruka Maloney.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendments are as follows. A, in the heading, delete the words Tobago Legislature and substitute the words Tobago House of Assembly. Sorry. B, delete the proposed section 141A and substitute the following. In the margin, establishment of the House of Assembly, 141A. There shall be a Tobago House of Assembly, 141A2. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the Tobago House of Assembly shall have such other powers and functions in relation to Tobago as may be prescribed. C. In the proposed section 141B, insert the word Tobago after the words, before the words House of Assembly. D, in the proposed section 141C, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly, wherever they occur. And 2, in the paragraph 4, delete the words by the Tobago legislature and until so defined shall be those that apply to the House of Representatives and to its members and committees. E, in the proposed section 141D, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. F, in the proposed section 141E, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. And 2, delete the words Tobago Legislature and substitute the words Tobago House of Assembly wherever they occur. G, in the proposed section 141F, delete the words Chief Secretary and Deputy Chief Secretary and substitute the words Premier and Deputy Premier respectively wherever they occur. H, in the proposed section 141G, delete the words Chief Secretary and Deputy Chief Secretary and substitute the words Premier and Deputy Premier respectively wherever they occur. In the proposed, I, in the proposed section 141H, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier. J, in the proposed section 141I, 1, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. 2, in subsection 2, delete the words Chief Secretary and Deputy Chief Secretary and substitute the words Premier and Deputy Premier respectively. K, in the proposed section 141K, 1, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. 2, in subsection 2, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier. L, in the proposed section 141L, 1, delete the words Chief Secretary and Deputy Chief Secretary and substitute the words Premier and Deputy Premier respectively wherever they occur. 2, delete the words Tobago Legislature and substitute the words Tobago House of Assembly. 3, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. And 4, in subsection 5, delete the words 141M1 and substitute the words 141N1. M, in the proposed section 141M, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. N, in the proposed section 141N, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. O, in the proposed section 141O, 1, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. 2, in subsection 1A, delete the words 141N or 141M4 and substitute the words 141M or 141N. In the proposed section 141P, 1, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier, and 2, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. Q, in the proposed section 141Q, 1, delete the words Tobago Legislature and substitute the words Tobago House of Assembly. And 2, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly wherever they occur. R. In the proposed section 141R1, insert the word Tobago before the words House of Assembly. 2, delete the words 53. 3, renumber section 141R as 141R1. And 4, insert the following new subsection. 2, for the purposes of this section, a reference to Tobago means the island of Tobago, Little Tobago, St. Giles Island, Marble Island, Goat Island, Sisters Island, and shall extend to such part of the territorial sea of Trinidad and Tobago comprising those areas of the sea having as their inner limits the low water mark of Tobago, and as their outer limits a line measured seaward from that low water mark, every point of which is at a distance of 11 nautical miles from the nearest point of that low water mark. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are the proposed amendments.
Member for Oropouche East.
Madam, thank you. I think the time has come. My query here and deep concern on this amendment before us, that I believe is a new amendment, is really the tale of two Tobagos. We are now stating, to quote, we're introducing a new section 141R1, which is new, and it reads, for the purposes of this section, a reference to Tobago means the island of Tobago, Little Tobago, St. Giles Island, Marble Island, Goat Island, Sisters Island, and shall extend to such part of the territorial sea of Trinidad and Tobago comprising those areas of the sea, having as their inner limits the low water mark of Tobago, and as their outer limits a line measured seaward from that low water mark, every point of which is at a distance of 11 nautical miles from the nearest point of that low water mark. Madam Speaker, all we are asking is that, are there two Tobagos? Because in the earlier section 5 that we dealt with, it says for the purposes of section 53, 75, 75A, chapter 11A, a reference to Tobago means the island of Tobago, Little Tobago, St. Giles Island, Marble Island, Goat Island, Sisters Island, and the internal and inland waters of Tobago. And they had no reference here to nautical miles, measurements, and so on. And this now is another definition. I do not believe it is consistent. And I believe one needs to be substituted for the other and decide what is Tobago, because at the fundamental heart of this contradiction on the part of the government is that they do not know what is Tobago. And it reflects itself. And they don't care, quite frankly.
Member for Rukumaluni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what this amendment does is amplify what is Tobago. Madam Speaker, you would recall when I read the amendments, it is very clear for the purposes of this section, which would include, in terms of the lawmaking power of the Tobago House of Assembly, and in terms of the issues of, if I may be so bold to say, the maritime boundaries of where the Tobago House of Assembly would have legislative jurisdiction. This just seeks to clarify exactly where this would end. So, and that is why we have included some of the same terms that were included in the actual bill. And that is to say, if we go back to the clauses that we have already passed, Madam Speaker, you would see quite clearly that it talks about the island of Tobago, Little Tobago, St. Giles Island, Goat Island, Sisters Island. The same areas that we have stated quite clearly here. And then in 5 it says, and the internal and inland waters.
Let's have one conversation so that when we ask questions, we all in line with each other, please. Yes?
Yes, ma'am. And the internal and inland waters of Tobago. Madam Speaker, this repeats all those islands that have been stated. But what it seeks to do, Madam Speaker, is give flesh to what was requested. Previously, Madam Speaker, Tobago was only the 6 miles out in terms of the territorial waters. This now extends it to 11 nautical miles, which was a request of Tobago and Tobagonians, Madam Speaker. And this is all that we have done, and it is clearly said for the purposes of this section, this section, talks about the jurisdictional limit of Tobago.
Yes, Member for Barrett Arizona.
Thank you for the invitation, Madam. We have one constitution, 1976 constitution right now. And we are amending that constitution. And with this bill, what the government is now doing is putting 2 separate definitions of Tobago in the same constitution, which is clearly in conflict. There will now be section 141R, which will have one definition of Tobago, and you will have in the interpretation section of the Constitution, section 3, another definition of Tobago. So that's my first concern. Madam, the second concern I'm having is the new amendment to clause 19 that the government is proposing to section 141A, where it's deleting the entire of section 141A and substituting 141A1 and 2. Now, Madam Speaker, when you look at the 141A in the bill, it goes on to subsection 1 all the way to subsection 7. Is it the intention of the government to also remove all of those subsections and just leave it with 1 and 2? Or is that an inadvertent error there? I ask this because when you look at what is not going to form part of 141A, it's things like money bills, which are important because the Tobago legislature will have to pass the money bill. It deals with things such as the effect of a Tobago law. If you look at 141A5, it says a Tobago Act shall have effect in Tobago. However, with this new proposed amendment, that has gone.
Madam Speaker, if I
can
may,
I finish?
I am very confused by what the member is saying.
Okay,
what are you
sure.
saying, and is there an amendment?
Yes, let me
what
read.
What are you saying?
Okay, let me read for you because you can't understand clearly. Clause 19, your new amendment, you're saying delete the proposed section 141A. Correct? 141A has 7 subsections, which means that 141A together with those 7 subsections are gone. And you're now replacing it with 141A 1 and 2. That's your amendment. So what I'm asking is whether or not you're also deleting. You're not going to put back subsections 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 because those are material subsections. Because it talks about when an act is passed in Tobago, it shall have effect in Tobago. We need that to give it the teeth. For example, you also have the power of the legislature to pass money bills. That has not been included again. That has been deleted because you are deleting the entire 141A.
Madam Speaker, it is clear that my friend doesn't understand lawmaking.
Come back and amend.
Madam Speaker, in the previous sections, we clearly stated what the lawmaking power of the Tobago House of Assembly would be. By deleting what we propose to delete, it does not affect the lawmaking powers of the Assembly. It does not affect. Madam Speaker, I am very concerned for this member because obviously he does not understand what we are doing here today. And Madam Speaker, all I'm asking now, if the member has further amendments to the amendments we have proposed, could he please give us those amendments? In addition to that, Madam Speaker, if he does not have any, we have one further amendment here.
Oh.
Yes, we have a further amendment. And Madam Speaker, if he has nothing further to say.
Members, could we have a little order in a process that, you know, we want to move with smoothly? Let's have a little order so we can hear each other.
I just respond to the member, please.
I believe the member was just telling us what the further amendment was. As soon as the member is finished, then we'd ask.
To see if he has an amendment, ma'am.
Stating the further amendment.
You want to circulate? So the further amendment is at 141K, ma'am. 141K 2A. We are deleting the words Chief Secretary and inserting the word Premier. I never said it was big. I said we had an amendment.
Okay. Member for Baratara Sanwan.
Madam Speaker, I just want to respond to my colleague earlier on, where my colleague is worried about me. I asked my colleague, don't let her heart be troubled. Madam Speaker, I've studied law and I practice law. I can't say the same for my colleague. And if my colleague is suggesting to this Parliament that we're deleting Section 141A, why are you deleting the power of the Council in terms of money bills? That is not going back into the bill. I'm asking whether or not you're going to put it back, because it's falling off of the legislation.
Madam Speaker, I don't know, I'm repeating ad nauseum. We are not deleting the powers of the Council, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
the powers of the Council.
You're just substituting 1 and 2.
Madam Speaker, the powers of the Council were clearly stated in the previous part.
Legislature
were saved in the definition
But-
of what the legislature can do. Madam Speaker,
Madam Speaker,
in addition,
we have warned the government. If
Just 1 minute, please. We cannot hear two people at the same time. So I know everybody's anxious and passionate, but let's try to curb it so we could be productive. Okay, so that I believe that that particular point has been ventilated. Is there any other point Member for Baratara Sanwar would wish to raise on clause 19?
Madam Speaker, we are trying to help the government. They don't want our assistance, so let them proceed.
in addition to that, the bill that we just passed, section 18 of that bill clearly states what the legislative power of the Tobago House of Assembly is, section 13. And it also says in 141A(2), subject to the provisions of this constitution, the Tobago House of Assembly...
Are we allowed to go back to that bill?
Are we talking about this one? Is it this amendment?
No, ma'am, we're not.
Okay, so that's it. The question is that clause 19 be amended as circulated and further amended at clause 141K2A to delete the word Chief Secretary and replace it with the word Premier. Do I have that right? Yes? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 19 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 19 as amended now stand part of the bill.
Clause 20.
The question is that clause 20 stand part of the bill. Member for Aruka Maloney.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have an amendment to this clause, and it is as follows. In the proposed section 145, delete the words Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier wherever they occur. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Barataria Samuel.
Madam Speaker, I want to raise a concern with respect to clause 1. Well, what will be the new section 145? And this deals with the composition of the Dispute Resolution Committee. 2 members are appointed by the Prime Minister. 2 members appointed by the now Premier. And here this one, Madam Speaker. 1 member appointed by the President after consultation with the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary, who shall be the chairman. Premier, sorry. Madam Speaker, what does that do? The President is really elected through the majority that the Prime Minister has in the Parliament, through the Electoral College. And it's not acting in accordance, so it's just consultation. So the President could very well take the appointee of the Prime Minister, make that person the chairman according to this section. So therefore, out of the council of 5, the Prime Minister has 3, and the Chief Secretary has 2 when it comes to dispute resolution. So, Madam Speaker, what this is really setting up the new Premier or whoever for failure, because at the end of the day, the Prime Minister of the day will have their say with respect to disputes between Tobago and Trinidad. And we have fundamental concerns with that. Why couldn't this Dispute Resolution Committee be appointed through some independent manner, or have independent persons serving in it, Madam Speaker? We are not in agreement with this particular amendment as suggested by the government.
Prime Minister, Madam Chair, that point does not make any sense. Madam Chair, since when the President is a part of the government, we, all members of the lower house, elect the President. The member just said that the President is the President based on the government's vote. We all here, members of government and opposition, vote who the President is. We vote here at the Electoral College as to who is the President. In addition, this was discussed in excess at the Joint Select Committee, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, when we did this at the committee, this was based on having an independent person, like the President usually chooses the independent person. So I cannot connect with what the member just tried to place in the public domain. I think that they are misleading the public on purpose.
Member Faruqa Maloney.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We also, just to give some clarity, Madam Speaker, if there is that concern, just noting that 2 members are appointed by the Prime Minister, 2 members by the Chief Secretary, and then the 5th member by the President after consultation. But, Madam Speaker, even after all of that, the clause goes on to say that there is judicial oversight, Madam Speaker. If there's a concern, there is judicial oversight over decisions that are made by the Dispute Resolution Committee. And we see that at 145.5. A review of a decision of the Prime Minister shall lie to the High Court. Madam Speaker, further, an appeal against a decision of the High Court under subsection 5 shall lie to the Court of Appeal, and the decision of the Court of Appeal shall be final. So if after all of this protection that the bill seeks to put in, there is still judicial oversight, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if the member has an amendment, we'll be happy to hear it.
Madam Speaker, yes. Two consents at subsection 4, which the member outlined, and at subsection 6. The Dispute Resolution Committee, after it considers the dispute, basically, the Dispute Resolution Committee shall make recommendations to the Prime Minister. So it's direct that they make the recommendation to the Prime Minister, who shall consult with the Chief Secretary before making a decision. If the Chief Secretary is having the Premier is having an equality of status, or so to speak, that you're trying to introduce here, why the Dispute Resolution Committee don't make the recommendation to the Chief Secretary and the Prime Minister? Why must the Prime Minister then have to go to the Chief Secretary if you're trying to put these things as parity and that you're having the Chief Secretary appoint 2 members and the Prime Minister appoint 2 members? Why is there this disparity now with respect to the recommendations going directly to the Prime Minister? That's the first point. And the second point, why are you stopping the appeal at the stage of the Court of Appeal and not going to the Privy Council?
Madam Speaker, in the same way that elections appeals stay at the state of the Court of Appeal, it's similar. It's similar. It is what is being disputed is what could be disputed is a dispute between what is happening within the islands of Trinidad and Tobago. So it would, yes, I said islands. It would not go, it is not normal in those circumstances, Madam Speaker, because we did review other countries that have similar status. And it was not normal for these kinds of disputes to go further than the Court of Appeal of the particular country. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister still remains the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And consequently, when the Dispute Resolution Committee makes a decision, they come to the Prime Minister and give the information, the results of the dispute to the Prime Minister. And that is the objective of having that in this clause.
Just one observation I want to make with the member's contribution is that the member is comparing apples and oranges. There are several cases that will tell you that when a civil court sits to determine an election petition, it sits as an election court. We are asking the court to invoke its civil jurisdiction in this particular case and not an election jurisdiction. And there's a clear distinction because the court exercises 2 separate powers when it sits in these various jurisdictions. So I think the member is absolutely wrong when she talks about that we should stop at the level of the Court of Appeal.
That clause 20 be amended as circulated.
Madam Speaker, could I just make one short comment on what my colleague just said there? Madam Speaker, when the decision was made to not let election petitions go to the Privy Council, it could easily have been made differently. Correct. And said, okay, it will go to the Privy Council. But it was put there in the context that the nature of this particular problem, the population should be satisfied that the decision is made within Trinidad and Tobago. So that was an example here. There's no law or constitution, right or wrong law, that says that if on this occasion, in a dispute between the administration in Trinidad and Tobago, between the THA and the central government, that an existing tribunal should be the authority, and that could go as high as our Supreme Court, and that be the end of the matter. Why is that a right or wrong decision? It is simply a decision of the Parliament today saying that between these electoral bodies working out of a tribunal, the matter should not fall to anybody in London to tell us what to do. So it's not a right or wrong, it's whether we do it or we don't do it. And in this case, the decision is by the Joint Select Committee, by a majority of the Parliament, that it ends at the Appeal Court of Trinidad and Tobago. Simple as that. So it is not correct to say that you're wrong in law or you're not following the law and you're cheering that, yes, he found that she was wrong in law. It's a nonsense. It's a choice that we're making to have it end there because of the nature of the problem. In similar circumstance to an election petition, right? Because one cannot say that this is an election petition, so therefore you're wrong. Madam Speaker, I think that's as far as one could explain in the English language. Our colleagues I don't want to ascribe ulterior motives to them, but I think that the argument is without substance.
Question is that clause 20 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 20 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 20 as amended now stand part of the bill.
Clause 21.
The question is that clause 21 stand part of the bill. Member Faruqa Maloney.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the amendment is as follows. Delete the words Chief Secretary and Deputy Chief Secretary and substitute the word Premier and Deputy Premier, respectively, wherever they occur. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Baratari Samoa. The question is that clause 21 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 21 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 21 as amended now stand part of the bill.
Preamble.
The question is that the preamble to the bill be approved. The question is that the preamble to the bill be approved. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The preamble to the bill is approved. Honorable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to this House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. Member Faruqa Maloney.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, is that the correct one? Oh, the report. Madam Speaker, I wish to report that the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2020 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with the committee's report.
Honorable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2020. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. I think the ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to accord self-government to Tobago and for related matters be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to accord self-government to Tobago and for related matters be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? No. This bill requires a 3/4 special majority.
Mrs. Robinson-Regis.
Aye.
Dr. Rowley.
Aye.
Mr. Imbert.
Yes.
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Hines.
Aye.
Mr. Dial Singh.
Yes.
Mr. Al-Rawi,
Aye.
Ms. Beckles,
Yes.
Mrs. Webster Roy,
Aye.
Mrs. Kudrow Lewis,
Aye.
Dr. Gadsby Dolly,
Aye.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. McClashy,
Yes.
Mr. Cummings,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Aye.
Mr. Dana Brega,
Aye.
Mr. Scotland,
Aye.
Mr. Leons,
Yes.
Mrs. Morris Julian,
Aye. Aye.
Mr. Richards,
Yes.
Mr. Monroe,
Yes.
Mr. Lee,
No.
Mrs. Prasad Bisasa,
No. Absolutely not.
Dr. Munilal,
No.
Mr. Padarat,
No.
Mr. Indar Singh,
No.
Dr. Bodo,
No.
Mr. Hussain,
No.
Mr. Ratiram,
No.
Mr. Pare,
No.
Mr. Rambali,
No.
Mr. Charles,
No.
Mr. Tanku,
No.
Ms. Benjamin,
No.
Ms. Mohit,
No.
Mr. Ram,
No.
Dr. Sicharan,
No.
Madam Speaker, the results of the division are as follows. 21 members voted for, 16 members voted against. There were no abstentions.
Honourable members, with a division of 21 members voting for, 16 members voting against, and no abstentions, the motion for the third reading of the Constitution Amendment Tobago Self-Government Bill 2020 is not approved.
Motions.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by subsection 3 of section 72 of the Constitution that as soon as may be after the Elections and Boundaries Commission, hereinafter referred to as the Commission, has submitted a report under paragraph A of subsection 1 of the said section 72, the minister designated by the Prime Minister for this purpose shall lay before the House of Representatives for its approval the draft of an order by the President for giving effect, whether with or without modifications, to the recommendations contained in the report. And whereas the Commission has submitted a report to the Prime Minister and the Speaker in accordance with the provision in subsection 1 of section 72, and whereas the draft order entitled the Election and Boundaries Commission Order 2024, given effect without modification to the recommendations of the Commission, was laid before the House of Representatives on the 9th day of December 2024. Be it resolved that the draft order entitled the Elections and Boundaries Commission Order 2024 be approved. Madam Speaker, this order is in keeping with something that we are very familiar with, those of us who have been associated with the electoral politics and the representation of the People's Act. And before I go into the content of the report, Madam Speaker, I think it would do well if we revisit the whole question of how the seats referred to are arrived at in the parent legislation. It is not uncommon, Madam Speaker, that from time to time you will hear the ill-informed in the country, and I say that by not meaning to be disparaging, but persons who are not familiar with the details will talk about some seats being big and some seats being small, and some parties being having the benefit of a number of small seats and other people having to have a larger seats. Madam Speaker, that is a story that is believed by some people, but it couldn't be further from the truth. There's a simple system that we operate and a simple formula that is called into play. And that formula is that we establish by way of the census how many people are in the country, and the EBC, that independent body, determine how many of those people are in fact of voting age, because we do have an age limit of to qualify to vote in this country. Not every citizen can vote. You have to be of a certain age. So the EBC will determine the gross number of people who qualify as electors. And then the Parliament would have determined at an earlier time how many seats should be in the Parliament. And to determine the size, meaning the number of voters in each seat, one is required to divide the total electorate by the number of seats. At an earlier time, we had 36 seats. You divide the electorate by 36, and that gives you a figure, how many seats should be, how the population needs seats. Then a little later on, we moved to 41. So we currently have 41 seats approved. The size of our parliament is 41 seats. And the voting population, as determined by the EBC, would be divided by 41, and that will give you the average number of voters in a seat. But there are two anomalies that need to be known. In fact, I should say three, because two in that it's not a single figure. The law provides for a maximum size of a seat, meaning the upper limit, and a minimum size, meaning a lower limit. So having established the average, then that upper and lower limit can now be established not to be 10% above, not to be 10%, not to be more than 10% above, and not to be more than less than 10% below, which means that the average constituency falls in a band. It's not an exact figure. It's an average figure that falls in that band, not more than 10% above, not more, less than 10% below of that average as determined after you divided the population by the number of seats. The other anomaly, Madam Speaker, is that at an earlier time, an earlier parliament determined that Tobago should have 2 seats. Tobago used to be 1 seat. The entire Tobago population used to be 1 seat in the parliament. But then the population of Tobago was seen to be well above this average I just mentioned. And then that Tobago seat, that singular Tobago seat, would have been above the average, but you can't have a piece of a seat. So you had to have 2 seats in Tobago. But once you have 2 seats, there wasn't a population in Tobago to bring the average of a Tobago seat within the band of the national average. And it was accepted that Tobago will have its 2 seats. And over time, as the population of Tobago grew, the number of electors in one of those seats will keep increasing consistently until it gets closer or equal to the size in Trinidad. And Madam Speaker, we are almost there. Because if I look at the work of this report, it mentions that the Tobago average is now, whereas in Trinidad, the average in a constituency is 28,079. So the 39 constituencies in Trinidad now average approximate 28,079. And in Tobago, it is 26,082. We've come a very long way, Madam Speaker, because I recall when I just started out in politics, as you may know, Madam Speaker, I did have an outing in Tobago in 1981. And if my memory serves me right, at that time, the size of a seat in Tobago was somewhere in the order of about 17,000, something like that. So today, a Tobago seat is just about 2,000 below the national average. And as the population of Tobago grows, one will expect that sooner rather than later, it will be equal to. And we may very well end up in the same situation where sometime in the distant future that you may have a question of a piece of a seat and you may have to talk about a third seat and start the process all over again, but I'm just thinking aloud here. Madam Speaker, so with the average in Trinidad being 28,079, the permissible upper limit for a seat in Trinidad is 30,887. And the permissible lower limit in Trinidad is 25,271. The report makes no recommendation for changes in the boundaries in Tobago because there was no need for any change in Tobago. The two Tobago states fall within the equation that exists. However, Madam Speaker, in Trinidad, four constituencies have been found to fall above the permissible upper limit. And those constituencies are Toko Sangrandi, Dabadi Omera, Komuto Manzanilla, and Caroni Central. Those four constituencies have been found to have voting populations that are above the upper limit of the law as defined by formula. So something had to be done to bring them under the upper limit. And Toko Sangrandi, to fix the problem in Toko Sangrandi, to bring it within the band that is permissible by the law, one polling division, PD 2100, from Valencia, which is the western end of that constituency, goes into its neighbor, which is Arima. Madam Speaker, one also now must remember, for those people who have it in their head that you can move people around willy-nilly and interfere with seats willy-nilly and so on, that the electorate exists in packages called polling divisions as established by the EBC. So when you deal with moving people from one constituency to the other, it's basically a package from one constituency you're moving. And that package may be 300 people, it may be 800 people, depending on the size of the polling division. And it is the EBC that will decide which package is moved. And like a waterbed, Madam Speaker, if you squeeze it on one end, it's going to bulge at the other end. And therefore, when you interfere with one constituency, it is likely to interfere with its neighbor. So that is what the EBC does to bring about some balance. So in the case of Toko Sangrandi, which has gone above the 30,887 level, one polling division from Toko Sangrandi is taken out, polling division 2100, and when that is done, that brings Toko Sangrandi within the limits, upper limits, as permitted by the law. In the case of Dabadi Omera, a similar thing has been done by the Election and Boundaries Commission. It being a little over the 30,000 limit. One polling division was taken out of Derby Amira and placed into the neighboring constituency of Aruka Maloney. In Kumuto Manzanilla, similar problem. It being over the upper limit, polling division 2390 transferred from a neighboring constituency, transferred to a neighboring constituency, that constituency being the constituency of Lahoketa Talparo. In the case of Caroni Central, one polling division 3081, transferred to the constituency of Tabakit. When those changes have been made, as I just suggested, Madam Speaker, in the report, it brings those 4 oversized constituencies down a little bit into the range that the law permits. Part B of the report talks about the opposite situation, where the following constituencies are a little below the limit that the law requires, meaning they have a little less people than the average and the band permits. So you have to top them up a little bit to bring them within the band. And those constituencies are Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, Port of Spain South, San Fernando East, San Fernando West, and Pointe-a-Pierre. Madam Speaker, in the case of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, one division has been added, and that division, polling division 0750, is coming from Laventille West, which is the neighboring constituency to the east. One polling division is taken out of Laventille West and placed into St. Anne's, in Port of Spain North, St. Anne's. In the case of Port of Spain South, the recommendation is that PD 0750 be transferred to Port of Spain North, coming from Port of Spain South, and PD, I think there's an area, I did say from Laventille West, Port of Spain South. And then PD 0700 be transferred from Laventille West. So the Laventille West contributes 0700. There's a transfer from Port of Spain South to Laventille West of 0700, and 0750 goes from Port of Spain South to Port of Spain North and Anne's West. In the case of San Fernando East, the recommendation for this constituency are that 2 polling divisions, polling division 3871 and 3874, be transferred to San Fernando East from Oropouche East, and that polling divisions 4005 and 4006 be transferred from the constituency to San Fernando West. You see, Madam Speaker, because San Fernando West has fallen below the level and there's no population on the western side of San Fernando West, it being the sea, it is obvious that to top up San Fernando West, it has to come from San Fernando East or Oropouche West. So once you've taken from San Fernando East to bring San Fernando West up to the lower limit of the law, it means that you have also to bring from the eastern side of San Fernando East, and in this case, it comes from the constituency of Oropouche East. Madam Speaker, San Fernando West receives polling division 4005 and 4006, and that goes into, they would have got that from San Fernando East. Madam Speaker, in the case of Pointe-a-Pierre, there's a recommendation that 1 polling division polling division 3206 be added from the constituency of Tabaquite. That is the only change that is being made to the constituency of Pointe-à-Pierre. There are 7 constituencies that will be affected by changes but remain within the permissible upper limit and permissible lower limit. So the constituency of Arima, Laventil East, Mova, Orapooch East, Tabaquite, Aruka Maloney, Laventil West, and Lahoketa, they have been affected by these adjustments of the movement of a polling division or 2. But in no instance of these 7 constituencies is that movement of a polling division or 2 causing any of those seats to fall outside of the limit of the law. And of course, we come to the question of renaming. I just mentioned, Madam Speaker, that the Election and Boundaries Commission has seen it fit to move 1 polling division into Pointe-à-Pierre constituency. Pointe-à-Pierre has been a constituency that has been around but with that name for the longest while. And we find it a little curious or unhelpful that by just moving 1 polling division, the entire name of the constituency has changed and it's now called Claxton Bay. I don't know, Madam Speaker, I have not consulted the EBC on this matter, but being familiar with the constituencies and the populations, I don't know what would have caused the EBC to think that the community of Pointe-à-Pierre should disappear from the name of this constituency. I would have thought that it being Pointe-à-Pierre for the longest while, and you had 1 polling division, it would still be Pointe-à-Pierre. But if the polling division comes from Claxton Bay, and you want to change the name, you will call it Pointe-à-Pierre Claxton Bay, but not disappear Pointe-à-Pierre. And I'm saying this that if it is that the Member of Parliament for Pointe-à-Pierre is here, my colleagues are here, these recommendations can be adjusted in this Parliament because the law says that we can accept this report with or without amendment. So if it is that my colleagues would like to share the concern that I have, that Pointe-à-Pierre as a community should not disappear from the constituency's name, because I couldn't find the reason why Pointe-à-Pierre suddenly become Claxton Bay. And I leave it there. Then, Madam Speaker, because of the adjustments made in the package of constituencies I just mentioned that are not affected in whole, 5 name changes are recommended by the Election and Boundaries Commission. Aruka Maloney is now to be renamed Twin City Maloney. Take that to mean that the western side of that constituency has been extended into Twin City. So the name reflects end to end, Twin City at one end, Maloney at the other end. Dabadi O'Meara renamed Malabar Mausika. Because of the nature of the geography and the communities, one would have difficulty identifying exactly where this constituency is boundaried. But I presume that those who live in the area, I've had complaints from people in Arima about this name of Malabar Mausika, because with Mausika not being a distinctive community as O'Meara, and they would have thought that the loss of the name O'Meara is not helpful in identifying the constituency, because Dabadi, which is a long-standing East-West Corridor location, community distinctive, and O'Meara is now to be replaced completely with Malabar Mausika. If the Parliament wishes to adjust that, Parliament could, or it could accept the EBC's assessment. Lopino Bonaire West is now being renamed Aruka Lopino, where the community of Aruka, which is a well-known distinctive community, would be the southern part of this constituency, and the northern part would be Lopino. So very much like how the change was made in Trinity Maloney, one can understand the Aruka Lopino. St. Joseph, while there have been no boundary changes with the constituency of St. Joseph, the EBC has now seen it fit to change the name to Aranguez St. Joseph. I think what the EBC is trying to say here, that the community of Aranguez is being identified with the constituency of St. Joseph. So a name change is recommended, Aranguez St. Joseph. Nothing inside of the constituency is changing. Nothing is changing, not its quantum, not a polling division has been changed. It's just a case of name. But here the EBC is accepting that if a community is so distinctive as Aranguez, it should be identified as part of the constituency's name. Point-a-Pair to be named Claxton Bay. I don't see the consistency. Because if you're going as far as to want to name St. Joseph, Aranguez St. Joseph, because you want St. Joseph to be seen to be the constituency which is part of the St. Aranguez community, why wouldn't you want the same for Point-a-Pair? And that brings you, Madam Speaker, to a contact the very last time I personally had anything to do with the EBC, because from time to time members of the party or whoever talk to the EBC as we deal with matters of electoral nature. 2 elections ago, when the constituency of Mayaro had lost for the second time a significant portion of the original Ottawa Mayaro seat, we did suggest to the Election and Boundaries Commission that for community identification, that the seat of Mayaro is a bit of a misnomer. Mayaro used to be Ottawa Mayaro in the beginning, which ran from the Ottawa River all the way down to Laloon. It was the coastal area of the southeast corner, and that was Ottawa Mayaro. Then later on, that constituency was significantly adjusted when the constituency of Princestown South was formed, which went down to the south coast, and when the constituency of Nariva became Komuto Manzanilla. So Mayaro lost significant portions of its geography, but the name remained Mayaro. The last change put the constituency of Mayaro in with the community of Rio Claro. And here it is the EBC saying to us that they've added the name Aranguez onto St. Joseph because 21% of the population is in Aranguez. But the EBC resolutely refused to name the constituency Mayaro Rio Claro, when it is obvious that that is what it is. And I'm sure Rio Claro contributes more than 21% to the Mayaro seat. And as I speak to you now, Madam Speaker, there are 2 distinctive communities in the nation which are not reflected in the constituency description. And one is Rio Claro. If you ask the average person, where does Rio Claro fall in a seat? Or even the people in Rio Claro, they tell them Mayaro. And if there is a situation where a name change is required, it is Mayaro to carry Rio Claro with it as Mayaro Rio Claro. And I am hearing, suggesting that to the Parliament today, that the community of Rio Claro not be lost or isolated, and Mayaro must not really simply be so misrepresented that Mayaro means Rio Claro, but not say it's Rio Claro. It's Mayaro Rio Claro. And if we're going to accept Aranguez St. Joseph, then using the same argument, the same methodology, that seat should be Mayaro Rio Claro. And by the same token, I really don't know why this seat is called Claxton Bay. It should be called Claxton Bay Point-a-Pair or vice versa. Point-a-Pair Claxton Bay. And Madam Speaker, the one other community which is a vibrant community, distinctive, but not identified by its name on any seat, is Siparia Debe. if you look at the descriptions of the seat of Siparia, there are 3 directions where Penal Dede comes in and mentioned as part of the edges of that constituency. But Penal is not mentioned on a seat because you hear Siparia and you think it's Siparia, but it's really Siparia Penal, that Penal Dede area. So if we're using the formula that the EBC is using, then we should use it across the board. When we asked in 2015 for no, it was 2020, before the election of 2020, we asked the EBC to make the adjustment for Mayaro Rio Claro, so that the name Rio Claro will be part of the seat. The EBC took the position that the request was made too late. Well, we understood that. We said, okay, if you think it's too late, we can go. But we make it again in time for the next election. So we made a request well before the 2025 election. And of course, here it is. The EBC make all these changes, change all these names, and of course, does not make the request to name Mayaro Rio Claro. In which case, I think the Parliament should make that amendment because it has not been justified by the EBC why there's this resistance to having a common sense name like Mayaro Rio Claro, where such a large part of the seat contains the distinctive community of Rio Claro, but Rio Claro name doesn't appear. Madam Speaker, other than that, I don't see anything in the report that warrants any concern or consideration. The EBC has done its work. We still have concerns about the cleanliness of the voters list because we do not believe that the original intent of the law, where people who die should not be on the voters list. We think that that movement is happening too slowly. And we also don't believe that where people have moved their residence into new areas, that the EBC should take the position that if we meet you there, we're not changing you to where you live, but we leave you with something. So something has nebulously appeared on our voters list, something called ancestral voting. That is because the work has not been done or is not being done, where when people move into communities, they register there and vote. And if we continue with this for too long, there will be a situation where the intent of these packages in polling divisions where people are supposed to be in a particular location and they are taken into account there to determine the size of the seat and the boundaries of the seat. Those people are somewhere else. And therefore, that introduces a certain amount of inaccuracy into the boundary arrangements or the assessment of the population because the correction of where you live, you vote is not being had. But I raise that, Madam Speaker, just as an observation, and we expect that along the way, the voters list would be attended to in a way that the errors that are in the list are minimized when these things are addressed. So, Madam Speaker, having said those few words, I beg to move.
Honourable members, I will now propose the question for debate. Be it resolved that the draft order entitled the Elections and Boundaries Commission Order 2024 be approved. Member for Superior.
Wow. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the help along the way. Thank you so much. The fact that we are today debating this EBC report definitely signals that the election is at hand, because we could not have an election without this EBC report being approved Unlike the SRC report, which doesn't have to be approved, the law is very clear that the EBC report and the recommendations and the order must be approved, and once that is approved, I've placed our people on notice, count 35 days. Every day you wake up, 35 days, because that is the amount of time we need. Every day you wake up, 35 days down the road, because I don't know when and where and how. I don't even know if the Prime Minister is going back or he's not going back. He didn't tell us that today. But we are reading a lot of things in the newspaper, so we are ready, and the point is the people are ready and willing. The time will come, people eagerly awaiting to vote you out of office, to vote you out of office. And so, I'm red and ready, yes. Red and ready. It's Christmas, and I love red. You cannot take away the red. Red is a good Hanuman color as well. So for all of us in every religion, it's a great color. So thank you very much. And the Prime Minister spent some time, which was very interesting, talking about the size of the constituencies, and some are smaller and some are bigger. Then Honourable Prime Minister talked about renaming and so on. But Prime Minister, there's a process, the Constitution. If you want to come and change this report, and I don't recall in my time, maybe it happened and my memory has failed me, but I do not recall in all the years I've been here that a Parliament has modified the report of the EBC. And if it were to do so, or would like to do so, there's a provision in the Constitution. There's a process. This report has been with your good self since the 13th of March 2024, and of course with the Parliament as well, because I had written to the EBC to ask them, have you done your report, have you submitted it? And they agreed at they acknowledged my letter, and they indicated on the 1st of April, yes, we have submitted the report, the 2024 boundary report dated 13 March 2024, and it was sent to the Prime Minister and the Speaker on the same 13th of March 2024. So it's 9 months later. And if the Prime Minister is coming now to say, let's make changes, let's modify the report, which I am not going to agree to today. I am not agreeing to changing this report. One, because there's a process. And if you want to change a report with respect to naming, there are far more important things contained in this report that need to be changed as well. And we cannot do that on the hoof. We just can't do it that way. And the law tells us, the Constitution, Section 72, it says the Commission they'll send the boundaries of the seats and so on, and then we come down to, which one is here, Sam?
3 and 4.
3 and 4. As soon as maybe after the Commission has submitted a report under subsection 1A, the minister designated by the Prime Minister for this purpose, in this section called the Minister, shall lay before the House for its approval the draft of an order by the President for giving effect, whether with or without modifications, to the recommendations contained in the report, and that draft may make provision for any matters which appear to the Minister to be incidental to or consequential. And then 4, 72(4), where any draft made under this section gives effect to the recommendations with modifications, the Minister shall lay before the House, together with the draft, a statement of the reasons for the modifications. So we just can't come here on our feet and make modifications because you think it's a good thing or we think it's a good thing. Or anybody thinks. There's a process, and I'm respectfully submitting we cannot do that on the hoof today. So the report was there for 9 months. And should the government have felt these changes were necessary, these modifications were necessary, then bring the modifications, bring the statement of the reasons and so on. So all of that is with respect to naming. And then I will not be Mama Guy when you mention Superior. And say Superior is Superior, and Superior is not Superior, and Superior is there, and we should change it. No. I'm not taking that. Because there are far more important things we want to change that we should do, and it is this. The Honourable Prime Minister did tell us today that changes, boundaries, what was it, a waterbed?
Waterbed.
A waterbed, but it seems to be a P&M waterbed. Because when you're shifting the PDs, you said it's a package of polling divisions from one seat to the next. Why is it always in a particular direction? Honourable Prime Minister, you mentioned San Fernando East and San Fernando West. But do you know right on the border of West and East San Fernando is what? Oropouche East and Oropouche West. Why is it? And again, the EBC gives us no reasons that we never take from Oropouche East or West to put in San Fernando West. We always take it from where? From San Fernando East. Why? And we know why, because it's a PNM waterbed, using your words. The package comes from a strong PNM seat into a marginal PNM seat. Well, I put you on notice again, a warning for the honourable member for San Fernando West.
Outgoing member.
Outgoing member of West. This wrongs. That seat will come to the United National Congress. And so, if we want to make changes, I mean, Professor Hamid Ghani some time ago shared with us data from other EBC reports and how the thing works. Again, PNM waterbed. I'm using your gracious words, sir. And talked about the politics of St. Joseph. He wrote this article 31st March 2024 in The Guardian. And what he did, I will not read the entire article, madam, with your leave I'll quote some parts. What he talked about, after St. Joseph was significantly altered in 2004 in time for the 2007 general election, it became a true marginal. It became a true marginal. In the 2004 report on the review of constituency boundaries, the EBC moved polling divisions 1501 and 1505, which were reliably UNC, and then placed them in the St. Augustine constituency. What did you do? You removed from the waterbed the packages that were pure and strong UNC and placed them in a strong UNC seat, thereby creating in St. Joseph a marginal. And the Prime Minister used the word packages and waterbed, ma'am. And I'm just saying that if Prime Minister is saying I'm not happy with the naming, I'm saying I'm not happy with the way the EBC shifts the polling divisions. So if we want to modify, that is something we have to consider. And then the EBC gives you no reason whatsoever as to why it happens in that manner. So I could go on with this thing from Professor Ghani, but the same thing happened. They picked up from St. Anne's and then dropped it where? Into St. Joseph. You take out from St. Joseph and drop it into St. Augustine. So it is a clear PNM waterbed where packages are moving from PNM into PNM and seats that the PNM wants to win. The EBC doesn't tell us why. Doesn't tell us why. And so here we are. I remember a couple of years ago, still dealing with EBC reports in this very parliament, the honourable member for Diego Martin North East, I remember, we were dealing with the 2015 draft order, which was under my watch, and it came to this parliament. And the honourable member Diego Martin North East had this to say. He said, I'm giving an undertaking now, 2015, on behalf of the PNM government, which will occur in 2015, the next PNM government, which will occur in 2015, I am giving an undertaking that one of the first things that we will do, Mr. Speaker, is to amend that part of the Constitution to put a specific time frame for the laying of these reports. A specific frame for laying reports, boundaries reports, within 30 days or within 60 days. How long we've had this report now? 9 months. 9 months. I think it was laid recently on the table and for debate today. He says, and I quote again, I do not see why it can't be laid within 30 days because there's no rocket science in all of this. The report comes to the Parliament without amendment. I am not aware, there may have been some change many, many years ago, but I am not aware of the past 25 years where any government of Parliament has made any changes to recommendations made by the EBC, and therefore there is no reason for a government to hold on to it for a year. Therefore, on behalf of the PNM, I am pledging that we will amend the Constitution to the next boundaries report, which is due in 2020 or sometime before that, because the way it goes, the EBC is mandated to submit the report Mr. Speaker, could you, and then there was a matter, somebody be quiet and so on. So, gave the undertaking. That's one of the first things to be done, is when the report is submitted by the EBC, it must be laid and debated within 30 to 60 days. What we have now? 9 months. And then goes on to talk about persons, being dishonest and don't want the electorate to know where the boundaries are, how they've changed, how to prepare. It took me, madam, with due respect to you and everyone else, I had to write to the EBC. I wrote to the EBC, threatening legal action, because we knew the report was due by the 13th of March, and I wrote to the madam, the chief election officer at the EBC for this report, 2024 report of EBC, which is the one that we are debating today. I wrote to them on the 1st of April, and I pointed out the constitutional mandate of the EBC to review the number of the boundaries and so on, and to present a report, and that duty under 72(1) of the Constitution, and called upon them to please advise whether the report had been sent to the Honourable Speaker and the Honourable Prime Minister according to the constitutional mandate. I also pointed out, and it's a very important piece of law here, coming from Justice Kokoram, Justice of Appeal Kokoram, in the judgment of Denicia Gopal Jones versus the returning officer of the District of Lengua Indian Walk and the Chief Elections Officer. Justice of Appeal Kokoram stated in paragraph 136 of that judgment, I had identified early in this judgment the importance of trust in the electoral process. This has a special socio-political significance for electors of Trinidad and Tobago, and pointed out there must be some trust with respect to the functioning of the body empowered to deal with the electoral process in our country. And of course with personnel of the EBC. The EBC responded to me on the 3rd of April. I must say they gave us a very prompt response. 2nd April, received dispatch on the 3rd April of this year, and told us, yes, we've sent the reports to the Prime Minister and to the Honourable Speaker. 9 months later, we are now here, and the Prime Minister is asking us to amend this report without the due process mandated by the Constitution, to modify this report. I am saying we will say no, we will not come here ad hoc on the foot to amend any report or modify any report. And if we were to do that, then we have to modify other things, not just name changes. We have to modify the way in which the EBC chooses which package from the waterbed polling divisions are picked up and dumped wherever you want to dump them. And this has been happening over and over again. But this round, it will not work. As I say again, your licks book, and it's coming in the near future. So, Madam Speaker, there are a few other matters. I will not delay us very long with this, because we have no intention to disapprove the motion placed before us. As I've explained, there is a process we want to do so, and we are just anxious to have the election at the earliest opportunity. So let's get this report out of the way and start counting down. The deadline is coming, the date is coming, and we are ready for you. So I want to share with you, well, we dissolve today or August? But you don't have a seat. What are you speaking about? Are you sure you have a seat?
You can't land in an airport. You can't land in the airport. You can't fight one in Tobago.
Okay. I withdraw that to honourable member. I withdraw it. We'll find out in a couple of days' time. But I know the man for the member, honourable member for Lavender West, has no seat. I know that.
He's gone.
I've read. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone already. Yes, he's not even there. He probably can't vote anymore. I don't know. Look, let's move along. The report here, the Constitution gives us the process and so on. I will not delay us with that. And the procedure. That previous report was in 14 March 2019. So we had to do this one now, 13 March of this year. 14 March 19, 13 March 24, given the time frame set out in the constitutional framework. Now, the details of the report, Honourable Prime Minister shared with us, so I will not spend much more time on that. I have a meeting to attend tonight, so we will approve the CBC board in its present form I have no intention of amending it. But I have two other matters, Madam, with your leave, I would like to raise. In 2023, the EBC embarked upon a national field verification exercise. I think Honourable Prime Minister did mention the fact that we're using 2020 data, and we are now into 24 and soon into 25, when it might be the election year in 20. Well, will be definitely next year. It can't be this year anymore. So this national field verification exercise, the EBC began last year. And you know something? We have not had an exercise like this for 22 years. The last field exercise was 2001. That is 22 years ago. And we are dealing with data, we're determining elections and democracy. The last one was 22 years ago. According to the EBC website, this national field verification exercise is very important, and I'm going to quote why from the EBC itself on their website. And I quote, an accurate and up-to-date electoral list is a cornerstone to any functional democracy and is essential to the conduct of efficient, free and fair elections and protecting the integrity of our elections. I hear that, I repeat. An accurate and up-to-date electoral list is a cornerstone to any functional democracy and is essential to the conduct of efficient, free and fair elections and protecting the integrity of our elections. I repeat again, the last national field verification exercise was conducted in 2001. The EBC's national verification exercise started when? Last year, April 2023, more than a year ago. It will cover all 41 parliamentary constituencies across Trinidad and Tobago. At this time, fieldwork in Tobago is already completed. Fieldwork was started in 14 seats in Trinidad, but was forced to pause for the conduct of the local government elections. The purpose of the exercise is, 1, to create an up-to-date list of electors, which would be in alignment with the Commission's mandate of conducting efficient, free and fair elections. 2, to ensure as far as practicable that each person whose name appears on the list is entitled to be on this list and is listed at his/her correct address within the respective polling divisions. 3, to obtain information on persons whose names appear on the list for the particular polling division but are either deceased, residing at another location, migrated or known at that location. 4, to effect transfers of persons now residing at addresses within a particular polling division but are registered elsewhere. Let me say this then, there is no excuse for the EBC to have failed in its duty to conduct a national field verification exercise for 22 years. 22 years. It is unacceptable, inexcusable. It emphasizes a massive bias and dysfunction that the UNC has continuously accused the EBC of. And today I ask and call upon the government to ascertain from the EBC what is the status of this ongoing national field verification exercise, which began last year, a year ago. What is the status of this? And therefore, these electoral lists pursuant to the EBC order and thereafter the writ of election is going to be based on 2020 data, and none of this would have been completed or done. So we are working on false lists. Again, Honourable Prime Minister, you want to make modifications, that is something we have to work with. I don't think, I think you mentioned it about dead people voting or dead names on the list. I know the Honourable Minister for Member for Diego Martin, Northeast, dead men walking, you remember that? His famous words, dead men walking and dead men voting. But if we don't have this exercise, madam, we cannot have a proper, transparent, free and fair election. We cannot. On top of that now, there's the whole issue of the national census, which is tied in and related to having proper electoral lists. So whilst we're on that list, I want to ask the Ministry of Planning and Development In particular, the CSO department under that ministry. Is the Honourable Minister here? I don't see the Minister here. Ministry of Planning and Development, in particular respect to the CSO, to provide our country with an urgent update on the status of the national census. That one began since 2022. We are in 2024. What's happening with that? I know Member Faruqa Moroni, Honourable Member, you were once in that ministry, but there's a new minister. What is the status of the census? This is a very important report to inform, impact directly or indirectly the outcome of elections in our country. The CSO's website tells us this about that census that they began in 22. A national population and housing census is a complete count of the population and living quarters in any given area, territory, or country. The census is conducted on every 10 years and is the most complex and costly activity a statistical office can undertake. The data collected are essential to planning, crisis response, and improved governance. The purpose of the National Population and Housing Census is to serve as a primary source of data on a broad range of demographics about the national population and the housing stock. It covers demographic variables such as age, gender, religion, ethnicity, education, internal migration, marital status, fertility, household size, and household composition, international migration, disability, chronic illness, health, economic activity, information, and communication technology. And now this is so important for an electoral list, because this will help us to weed out dead people. Now, I remember we were doing in St. Joseph one year for elections, and we discovered that about 30 people were not living at the addresses that were mentioned, ma'am. And we wrote to the EBC, and they said they can't take a name off a list. They cannot take the name off a list. And that is why this census is so vital, because the census will inform EBC and verify. But even though we reported these persons were not living there, they said, no, they can't remove a name from a list on their own volition. And so this census gives us a wealth of information which will inform evidence-based decision-making, private, public data, and so on. So what is the status, I'm asking, from the government, from the CSO, what is the status of this census, national census? The ministry indicated that the CSO is working to conduct the census by the fourth quarter of 2022, as we are now in the fourth quarter of 2024. We have no update on this very important document. Does the government have the document? If the answer is yes, it should be shared with the population. If the government doesn't have the report, where is the report? What is delayed? Are you hiding the findings to inform your government alone, PNM persons alone? It should be shared with the national population. We need answers on this census immediately. And finally, Madam, as we go into, we are clearly...
Order 48-1, please.
So I do uphold the objection. We've allowed you some leeway, but I think we need to get back to what this report is.
What that means. Okay. I thank you, Madam. I'm just asking where is the report, Madam, and I'll move along. Madam Speaker, it is clear that we're going into election season. We may delay. I remember the Honourable Member for one of the Diego Martin seats, I think it was, the Honourable late Ken Valley. He said you could run, you could hide, you could run, but you cannot hide. So that date is coming, and therefore I had written to the Honourable Prime Minister. I have yet to receive a response to that letter that I wrote to the Honourable Prime Minister. I want to remind, will you ask this fellow wannabe Prime Minister? Well, leave me alone.
No. Member for Superior, I'm on my legs. So two wrongs don't make a right, okay? And you're really experienced, you know better than that. So let's all proceed in a respectful manner. We were reminded earlier that this is the season of goodwill. No better season for us to practice that. Okay?
Thank you. I will move along. So, 3 months ago, I wrote the Honorable Prime Minister requesting that the government bring in independent international observers for the elections. 3 months later, I have no response. I want to place on record the contents of some of the contents, not all of it, ma'am. Letter was dated 16th September 2020.
Again, I rise on Standing Order 48. I know you've painted a particular context about what we're dealing in, but this is not about elections. The debate is not about elections. The substance about the debate is with respect to this report that is before us. So that, I'm not going to allow this discussion on this to stretch into all kinds of imaginable things that happen at elections. So please, if you have another point related to this report, let's get on to that.
Thank you very much. I will be guided, Honourable Madam Speaker. I was not going to what happens or doesn't happen. I'm just asking to ensure we are free and fair. And this report is about elections. It's about boundaries. It's about
okay. And I accept that, and I've ruled about what you're asking and saying that I point out to Standing Order 48.1. I rule on Standing Order 48.1 that where you're heading is not permissible. Let's get back to where we were on this report.
On this report, Madam Speaker, I am guided by your great wisdom, but I have a job to do. And my job is to raise concerns in the national interest. That's why I'm sitting here. And so I say, this report clears the way for the next general election. Whenever it is called, you can run, you cannot hide, it has to be called. And you are being guided by events. But the UNC is about events. We are creating the events. And you are being controlled by events. So you have to bring an EBC report. You have to name a date, you have to issue the writ, and I'm saying whenever that writ is issued, we will be ready. We have no intention to object to the report. We may have concerns. Honourable Prime Minister mentioned, Sapara, he's right. Honourable Member is right, the Honourable Member is right. Sapara is called Sapara, has been Sapara, of the seat of Sapara as far as I can remember. But 83% of the seat of Sapara does not fall in Sapara. Yes. Well, the Honourable Prime Minister told me, you don't have to tell me, I know. I live there. I live there. I live in that area. I live in Philippine, which is in the PDRC. So, Madam, yes, there are some inconsistencies and so on, but the suggestion of the Honourable Prime Minister to modify the report cannot be done, in my respectful view, on the hoof here in this Parliament today. And again, I call on the Prime Minister and the government to please send for the international observers. I thank you very much.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, you're familiar with the Shakespearean comment, sound and fury signifying nothing. But once again, Madam Speaker, as I'm going to do, I just have to put the record straight. I know that my colleague from Sipara is infrequently in this house, meaning she doesn't come here often. When she comes, she doesn't stay. She doesn't take part in proceedings. So I am not surprised at her concern in her little vignette here today about this report. And she likes to write. The member for Siparia likes to write. Or should I say the member likes to sign letters. Because I don't think it is done by her. how could the member for Siparia, how could the member for Siparia come here today and make all that fury about EBC report being late and hidden from the opposition and had to write the EBC to ask, Madam Speaker, what are the facts? What, Madam Speaker, the running commentary, I did not disturb the member. I'm just setting the record straight for those who might have heard her and might have taken what she said seriously. The law required that the Election and Boundaries Commission complete and submit a report by March. The facts will show that that was done by the Commission without any requirement for any letter or any intervention by the member for Siparia. But anybody hearing her a few moments ago would think that the EBC was being delinquent or that something was being hidden and it took some letter from her which she was busy quoting herself, writing to the EBC. There was never any requirement for anybody to write to the EBC because the EBC did its work and submitted a report in time in March. I think it was the 13th or 12th of March or thereabouts. The law says that the report should be laid in the Parliament as soon after as possible. Madam Speaker, unless the member for Siparia knows otherwise and can show me, because my memory, and I think the Parliament's records will bear me out, that report was laid here in the Parliament in April. So here it is, the limit of the law is there for March. The EBC met the deadline of March. The government laid it in the Parliament in April. What is this talk today about report and report and report and having to write to the EBC? And when the report was put here in April, 1 month later. And where was it after April? On the website. Once it is laid here, not lost, on the website.
It was on the website. It was there. Ridiculous.
But for the whole world, for the whole country to see the website, it was on the website. So why is my colleague from Siparia coming here today and talking as though this report somehow had some subterfuge to it and it required her writing to the EBC? And when it was all hui.
Exactly.
So, Madam Speaker, let the record show that there was never any problem with this report in being laid here or being prepared by the EBC. And then, of course, I did mention, Madam Speaker, that there were observations of name, not content of any constituency. Name. My colleague went on to quote Habib Ghani, who proved to her that some seats were being gerrymandered. Madam Speaker, what is the truth of that? Because UNC and other people feed that foolishness to the population. The reason for seat changes being made in a certain direction is because the lowest number on any polling division is in Shakashakari, 0005. So any counting of votes, electors in a constituency, you must start at that end. And the first constituency to be made to fit this jigsaw is Diego Martin West. Once you establish the overall electorate and you divide it by the number of seats and you set about to make sure that there are enough voters in each seat, you start in Diego Martin West. And that is why during my term as member for Diego Martin West, I have had boundary changes on the east and the north. Because at one time, when the population of Diego Martin West fell below, they added piece of Pity Valley to it to bring it into Diego Martin West. And if you take a piece on the east from Pity Valley, when you come to Diego Martin Central, if Diego Martin Central does not fall into the level, you take it from Diego Martin East and you move all the way along. And then you get to the point where you can now go south, because from Diego Martin West, you can't go south, that is sea. You can't go north, it is the sea. Same thing with San Fernando West. So as you fill out Diego Martin West, you keep moving eastwards. And the boundary changes are required to be made between those constituencies as you go, all the way around the country. And that is what they keep misleading people about. That something funny is happening, and the EBC, I'm talking about PNM seats and PNM seats. And my seat, Siparia is a constituency. You happen to be the MP for the moment, but it's not your seat, it's a part of the description of a constituency. And it's not made for you. What I pointed out, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad she agreed, 80% of the seat of Siparia is not in Siparia. And all I said today is that in a case like that, or in a case like Mayaro Rio Claro, here it is the EBC telling us that they've made a name change to St. Joseph because 21% of the constituency is in Aranguez, so they changed the name to St. Joseph Aranguez. And all I'm asking, if it is that you're saying that 21% require that the community of 21% be included in the name, and it's at the periphery, the perimeter, don't argue with that, but let's do the same thing. And I suggested to Pointe-à-Pierre, do you have that same concern? Where Pointe-à-Pierre has disappeared, that is some interpretation, personalized Siparia seat. And I don't want. It's either you have a principle or you don't. But principle is not something that my colleague from Siparia is familiar with.
Prime Minister, I suggest you find another way to say what you'd like to say.
How about true? I thought it would have been worse to say she's on principle. I didn't say that. But Madam Speaker.
Prime Minister, I'd ask you to withdraw that and find a way, and I'm certain you can find a way to say what you wish to say.
I withdraw. But I must say, if we are accepting the principle in St. Joseph that 21% of Aranguez require a change, apply the same formula elsewhere. And to come here, Madam Speaker, in the Parliament, where, Madam Speaker, I don't need a commentary from my colleague from Siparia. She's cantankerous.
Okay, so I'll take them in the order. I will take them in the order. I just said that when we began, we will comply with the standing orders. Standing Order 53 talks about no running commentary, no loud talking. Okay? Let's stop the running commentary. All right? Once we start doing that, we go down a particular road. So let's stop that. And Prime Minister, I again ask you to withdraw that descriptive.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for your ruling, and that means I am now protected from that behavior.
Just withdraw the descriptive.
Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
But Madam Speaker, a significant portion of the presentation, repeated ad nauseum by my colleague from Siparia, was that she's not going to take part in any change because the process of change has to be. Madam Speaker, I read here in the preamble, and with your permission, I'll read it again. It says that the minister designated by the Prime Minister for this purpose shall lay before the House for its approval the draft of an order by the President for giving effect, whether with or without modifications to the recommendations. That is the preamble which ushers in the treatment of this report. I have my colleague from Siparia, senior counsel, telling me that if we want to change the name of a seat, the name, not the content of the constituency, the content of the constituency, the apportioning of electorate, all that's been done by the EBC. We are here saying, if we follow my colleague from Siparia, saying that this parliament here dealing with a motion doesn't have the authority to change the name of Mayaro to Mayaro de Claro. It requires some process. What process? What process one has to go through? The singular process is to pass an amendment here today and accept it by this House and the name change. It's a recommendation from the EBC and it says it can be passed with or without amendment. My colleague is making a big thing that she is prepared to pass it without interfering with it. That is your point of view. There are 40 other points of views in here. There are 40 others. And if of course you don't want to do it, I didn't demand that it be made. I put a suggestion to the House pointing out the situation, Madam Speaker, in 2 constituencies and communities. And all my colleague had to say, I don't agree. But fuming at the mouth and making it look and try to make it sound as something on the hand, and you want outsiders, and maybe when the foreigners come, the foreigners will do it, because that's what we're inviting them to do, foreigners to come and do what? So we in this House, assembled as we are, under the standing orders, we don't have the power and the authority to change the name of Mayaro to Mayaro de Claro. But some foreigners are going to come in and tell us what? Tell us what? What will the foreigners tell? Madam Speaker, I want your protection from Siparia.
Member, please.
I presume I know I've got them in rule of order, but the member for Siparia apparently has no behavior. No. Madam Speaker, the issues raised by the member are without merit. Without merit. And as a matter of fact, to comfort her on the way home, because I know at this hour, she's not normally up at this hour. But, Madam Speaker, at the moment I'm waiting. I am waiting. I have already given the instruction. The draft is prepared. Any minute now can come in front of me. I have already indicated to the Secretariat at CARICOM that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is asking CARICOM to send a delegation whenever the election takes place in Trinidad and Tobago. We expect a CARICOM delegation. I would sign it. It is due to come to me anytime now. And because I don't know why it's so previous and hurry. Election. My colleague has called for election 9 times and lost all 9 times. That is always calling for election. Madam Speaker, what do you call a person who likes licks?
A boboli.
Is it sadomasochism?
Yes. Sadomasochist.
Calling for election, and as fast as you call it, you get beaten, you go off, you quarrel yourself, you lick your wounds, and you call for it again. That has to, Madam Speaker, that has to be some kind of fetish. So we are going to have CARICOM. I did receive from the member or some one of her underlings a list of all kind of Tom, Dick and Harry from Ohio and Timbuktu. I'm not inviting them here. I don't know who they are. But I'm certainly going to have ask CARICOM, and I trust that CARICOM will find it necessary to send us a delegation to observe our election, because we have nothing to hide, Madam Speaker. Nothing to hide. And I would like the members of the opposition, it goes back to the DLP days, to stop fooling people about the way we get our seats organized. Educate our people. Let them know that Shaka Shakari is our first polling division. And as you adjust boundaries from Diego Martin going east, if you find shortfalls or over average, you adjust them into the neighboring constituencies. That is the law in Trinidad and Tobago. That is the formula. That is the mechanism. And it is done by a commission independent of the government and, of course, independent of the People's National Movement or any political party. Why is that so difficult to let the population, to let the children understand that? Why you have to be telling them untruths, giving them the impression that something underhand is happening? Madam Speaker, I have been in this political avenue from Tobago to Trinidad for over 40 years. I have not seen the EBC acting on behalf of any political party. Our Election and Boundaries Commission is an independent entity. But I've seen conversations misrepresenting how seats are formed. And as for the one point the member made that I think has some merit today is the whole question of the lateness of a national survey by the Election and Boundaries Commission. The last time the EBC did a survey, it was on a motion, I think it was a motion came from the opposition side, where we demanded that that survey be done. When that survey was done in 2000, it's 100,000 people that came off the list. Exactly. Because the EBC was going merrily along and following its own principle of not taking the names of dead people off the list. And I should tell you, Madam Speaker, even as my colleague raised this very valid point, she confused it with the census. The census does not have any name on it.
There's only numbers.
So the census cannot be used to fix any list. She's confused. The census is just numbers of people. So the EBC can't use that with no. The EBC exists for and is required to go there and find the name and the location and the address of individuals to have them on the voters list. So the census cannot help the EBC in the EBC work. What the member said today was pure nonsense, going on about calling for census to deal with the voters list. Go to the record of Hansard and you see how many hours, and I think I led that motion, pointing out how many people were on that list. And when you have 100,000 people on the list, right? That's about 8% of the vote of the voting population, or 10% of the voting population thereabouts, and they don't exist. It means that when you do the apportionment of the thing, you have an inbuilt error known to you. And the only way you could fix that error is to take those names off and see what is left and then apply the formula. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, somewhere in the proceedings, the EBC is taking the position that it is not taking names off the list because it's afraid of legal challenges.
From them.
And that is something that all politicians should know. And do we accept that? That you're doing the work, the EBC was put into funds. I'm being asked to ask the EBC, and the member is implying that there's some list somewhere of the work of the exercise, and maybe the government has it. Maybe she'll write and ask me for it again. The bottom line is, I know of no list. And I also know that the work may not have been done. Because if it was done, then we should know. And what the EBC was doing, rather than do a national list like they did in 2000, they were doing, I think, spot. And even as they do the spot, they're taking the position. If they meet people living anywhere where their name is not in the community, they're not rectifying it. That is my understanding of what is going on. So I have no list, the government has no list, the cabinet has no list, the EBC has produced no outcome of that exercise, and therefore instead of trying to make it look as if the government was hoping to proselytize something, we need to have serious conversation with the EBC on the whole question of how the list is cleaned up. Because if in 2000, 100,000 people came off, between then and now, is it possible that another few tens of thousands should not be on the list? And the easiest record to get is that record. The death records are available as part of this country's archive. And therefore, if someone is consulting those records and correlating them with the EBC list with the authority to do so, then the list could be cleaned up on a continuous basis. And as people move around the country, or as populations grow in the country, the EBC has a requirement to understand that, to know that, and to apply it to the formula and the list. That's what the EBC exists to do. The question is it being done? And that ought not to be put at the government's feet. There's an independent commission to do that. And if the commission is taking the position, we call it historical or ancestral voting, then it makes a nonsense of the whole idea of wanting to know who is where and how they fall as constituencies. And I think somewhere along the way, the EBC has got into that either habit or has come up with its own policy of talking about ancestral voting. You are to vote where you live, and the EBC ought to have a current list, not a 20-year-old list. And the last point I want to make is that even if this report had not been brought to the Parliament and passed, it is quite legal and proper that you could have called the election on the last list. So don't imply that the government is doing anything underhand or trying anything fancy to get an advantage by not bringing the report and whatever. The report is brought here on time, and it doesn't take an MIT physicist or putting man on the moon to understand that it's brought here before the election. It is passed today, so this new report will cover the next election whenever it is called. And I want to give my colleague from Superior the undertaking, so that she can sleep well, that in Trinidad and Tobago, elections will be called. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg you. I beg you.
Honourable members, the question is, be it resolved that a draft order entitled the Elections and Boundaries Commission Order 2024 be approved. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Honourable members, may I crave your indulgence to revert to 2 items of business which we previously dealt with. Do I have your concurrence? Yes, please proceed.
Questions or notice?
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, with regard to written question number 9, we're asking for 2-week deferral. We're asking for a 2-week deferral on that question, on that response, please.
Member for Puch East.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unless I'm mistaken, that written question, question 9, is filed by the member for Puch East. I would therefore like to invoke Standing Order 2913 and invite you to send a very strong and stern letter to the appropriate minister on this level of tardiness and disrespect for the Parliament.
So that, in accordance with Standing Order 2913, the appropriate letter will be written. Question 9 on question 9.
Introduction of bills. On the second supplemental order paper, the miscellaneous provisions, senior citizens pension and public assistance bill 2024 in the name of the Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Leader of the House.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that this House to now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, before I put the question, as you all know, we are in the season of Advent, which is the precursor to the very festive, joyous season of Christmas. And therefore, I now invite members to bring greetings on the occasion of Christmas. The member for Digo Martin, North East.
Madam Speaker, I have always found that the Gospel according to Luke gives the best lesson with respect to the birth of Christ. And although the King James Version of the Bible is not the recommended Catholic text, the Catholic text being the Douay Rheims version, the Jerusalem version, and so on, I have always found that the King James Version is one of the most elegant versions of the Bible. And in fact, England was one of the most Catholic countries when the King James Version of the Bible was completed. So allow me to read from the Gospel according to Luke, King James Version. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world shall be taxed. And all went to be taxed, everyone into his own city. That's what it was, actually. Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, to be there with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in that same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were afraid. And the angel said to them, Fear not, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Now, Luke continues to a great extent after that. But that is the signal point, Madam Speaker, that on December 25th we celebrate the birth of Christ, whom we Christians believe is our Savior, Lord, and God. Christmas is the second most important Christian celebration of the year. The first being Easter, where we celebrate the resurrection. But Christmas is the second most important Christian feast of the year, and some, even I, might figure it is right there with the resurrection. So, this is a very important festival for Christians, and it is celebrated by all our peoples, of all faiths, of all dispositions. We are a country that is multicultural and multi-religious, and it always pleases me when I see all persons of all faiths, whether Hindu, Muslim, Christian, etc., celebrating the birth of Christ. So on behalf of the government, on behalf of the People's National Movement, on behalf of myself, I wish to bring tidings to this House as we move forward from Advent, as the Honourable Speaker has pointed out. We are now in the season of Advent, which is in anticipation of the birth of Christ. I wish to wish everyone good tidings, joy, fellowship, family, and I also wish to take this opportunity to wish everyone in this House a bright and prosperous New Year 2025. Thank you.
Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the members of the opposition, I wish to offer hearty, sincere and warm greetings, Christmas greetings to all members of this House, colleagues on both sides, and especially our hard-working parliamentary staff. Every year at this time, we rise to offer festive greetings of joy and hope to our nation. However, this year as a parliament, this year as elected officials, we are called to go beyond the fragile cosmetic messages of joy. This year, we cannot simply offer messages of merriment when so many in our society exist in turmoil. As a matter of fact, today we are 2 weeks away from Christmas. In that 2 weeks, many families may fall into further turmoil, whether from crime, from the cost of living, or other socio-economic burdens facing our nation. This Christmas, as parliamentarians, especially those in authority, we are called to ask ourselves, is it kind words of temporary merriment that our society deserves, or is it determined actions of permanent impact to improve the lives of those we serve that is required? Today, we in the opposition make a clarion call that this Christmas must be a season where our actions, our work, our commitment ensures the welfare of all. If as a parliament we are to truly reflect the love and goodness that defines Christmas, then we cannot separate ourselves from the reality facing our nation. Christmas is not simply about repeating the blessed journey of Mary and Joseph. It is not simply a story of the Nativity. Christmas is a reminder of God's selfless love for us. Christmas is a reminder of God's selfless love to offer his only begotten Son to us. Christmas is a reminder that the Christ child grew up to dedicate his life, his work, and his heart to ensure the salvation of all. This Christmas, it cannot be a repetition of the usual Christmas rhetoric. If there ever was a time when we are called as leaders, called as a nation, called as individuals, to let our actions speak louder than our words, it is this season. This season, we are called to be selfless like the Christ child that was born in the manger, dedicating our actions to those in need. This year, so many depend on our kindness. This year, so many are at the mercy of those in authority. Let us go beyond. Let us put people first. This Christmas, let us go beyond speaking about joyous festivities with the hope that it drowns out the hardship in our country. Christmas is the birth of Jesus, the Savior who came to redeem the world at the foundation of his birth, his kindness towards all. I pray for God's blessings on each member of this House and their family. I thank all parliamentary staff for their dedicated work in the last year. I thank each member here, and let us have a brighter 2025. So on behalf of myself, the Leader of the Opposition, the United National Congress, and each of the members here, I say Merry Christmas to you, Madam Speaker, and to you. Thank you.
Honourable members, I too would like to offer warm and heartfelt greetings to the Christian community and the nation as a whole on the occasion of Christmas. For many of us, Christmas is synonymous with parang music, traditional and soca parang, cleaning, good food, visiting with family and friends, and the sharing of gifts. On a deeper level, it is a time to reflect on the year gone by, to get rid of old mindsets and let go of old grudges and grievances. It is a time for renewal, forgiveness, hope, and joy. And while it is very easy to get lost in the trappings and extravagance of the Christmas season, let us not forget the reason for this season, that is the celebration of the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So in the midst of all the hustle and bustle and the merriment, let us take some time to renew ourselves and our minds and remember the extraordinary life and sacrifice of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Let us be like the angel who appeared to the shepherds and spread the message of hope, peace, love, and justice to our fellow men. Let us collectively and individually pledge to be like the Christmas star that led the three wise men to the baby Jesus, the light of the world, so that we can usher and guide Trinidad and Tobago onto a brighter, hopeful, more sustainable, and prosperous path for all. On behalf of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, on behalf of my family, on my own behalf, I take this opportunity to wish each of you and all of Trinidad and Tobago a very happy, holy, and safe Christmas, and best wishes for a healthy and prosperous New Year 2025. Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.
Thank you.